Et là, on entend, là. Je t'avais dit que je commençais.
On va voir si je passe.
Non. Hotep Senuhena Senut Itiren Ishakan Kemet. I hope you're doing well. This video is entitled Articulate Pseudo. Demande à maman. Attends, on va te donner. Va te donner. Je suis en train de faire un live. T'as pas mieux à me demander. Là, je suis en train. All right. Brothers and sisters, feel free to leave your comments. I will have a look after. I have a fair bit of notes, a few things to go through. First, I should check the sound quality. So, the advert, I have to wait. I see that Janeb has already left a comment. Okay, the sound is loud and clear. Tiens, maman. Maman. Voilà, c'est bien. All right. You're a troublemaker. I don't know if you've seen the movie Catch Me If You Can. Some people are similar. They have a great gift of imitation. I don't know if some of you have seen, there's a young African American male. I can't remember if he was 14 years old or 16, but he was underage. And he passed off as a doctor. He actually had some offices, which was maybe within some medical facility, but people caught up with his lies. But some people are very good at imitating. They observe, they imitate, and they pretend, they fake. And when people have that talent, well, it's better for them to, use it for good purposes. It's a shame to waste talent. Now, some people are good at imitating and they are comedians. They get paid for it, they're appreciated for it. They're not doing anything illegal, they're not doing anything disingenuous. So, if anybody has made mistakes before, we have 10 people. We've been live streaming for 4 minutes. Remember to hit the thumbs up. No matter what people said or did before, they don't have to continue on their path. Everybody can make amendments. Everybody can make amends for the benefit of everybody. But whoever lives a life of lies and deception, it might catch up with them. So, I'm going to start in a few. Okay, so let's share. Okay, to share here first. We have 13 people online. I see there's 2 comments. I can't see the comments. I don't have the comments page right now. But feel free to leave your comments. I will try to have a look every now and then just to make sure, we don't have any trolls, Okay, let's share now.
narrow it down to a specific phenotype or color. So
No, not that timestamp.
some of these arguments he's got.
That's what I was fearing. I'm gonna try another timestamp. Let's try here. No, it's not here. Let's try here. Probably got the hour wrong. Okay, we have some ad. You know what? I'm gonna unshare. Be patient. Be patient with me. I actually just came back from work, like 10 minutes before the live stream. I finished late. I know I've set hours, and usually I don't finish that late, but it happens. So I have my notes. Oh, let me try. I'm surprised. Okay, I get it. I got the wrong video. Okay, it's that simple. That's the video. Okay. Yeah, usually I take time for my notes, and I was surprised that, so good. All right, can get it on now.
Section, then you'll find that these people who have that kind of mentality of appeal to authority will be the very first people to actually, try to invalidate whatever by any means necessary. Like you see what people are trying to do with Boli, what people are trying to do with Asar's work and whatnot. They'll be the very first people. It wouldn't even be other experts per se, but these other people will be the first ones to actually try to figure out any way, by any means necessary, to try to invalidate these works that are going on, knowing fully well that nobody else is doing our work in that manner.
But you also got to keep in mind, I'm gonna be a little bit more harsh. It's not people, it's Negropeans who who make such arguments. And as Wujawu said, these are individuals who don't have the skills to analyze primary work, primary research. So that's why they have to appeal to authority. You know, that's why they say that we rely on the experts. That's appeal to authority because you have no way to validate the experts. You have no way to cross-examine the the logic of the arguments and or the primary source material for which they're making their arguments. Secondly,
I will have a fair bit of commentary. So we have the lady who's part of their crew who talked about people, what people try to do with the work of Mboli. That's Jean-Claude Mboli. Is a brother who wrote a book attempting to show some relationship between the Medunechar and African languages. Brother is not a linguist, and for strange reason, well, I know the reason. They will try to deny it, but uh, those two guys have been greatly inspired by Mboli for their claim of Kemet, meaning riparian land slash riparian country, and because of that, they are trying to say that Kem doesn't stand for black. And I'm talking about the I6 cliff because those guys are being very slick, but you know. So the lady said, you know, what people try to do with the Asar's work. Now, you need to bear in mind that we're dealing with two amateurs. Amateur is not a negative word in itself, it just means that the person is not a professional. Asar is an amateur in the field of linguistics, and so is well, apparently Mboli follow some courses, you know. So we're gonna hear that later on, you know. But there's no mention of Obenga, Dr. Theophile Obenga, or Dr. Obadele Kambo. Those are two professionals. Those are two PhDs. Dr. Kambo had a PhD in linguistics. There are two professionals in the field. And we've heard the fake historian, and I'm saying fake historian because I played the tape already to show that the dude actually claimed to be a historian. You know, I've played it. It's the last video, the one before this one, okay? And he uses the term Negropean. So it's a talking point that someone has a European mindset when he disagrees with you. In some way, at least to me, it is similar to the race card. Did he criticize scholars of European descent the same way he criticized Diop by saying that Diop guessed and that he didn't do the work of comparative method? Has he criticized scholars of European descent as he did with Mario Betti? Has he disrespected scholars? Has he disrespected scholars of European descent like he did with Dr. Campbell by saying that his critique of the book called The Origin of the Word Amen is like someone in a barber shop talking smack? That Dr. Campbell's critique is like a woman venting after a day of work. I mentioned that before. And here's the evidence. Because you might say, no, I didn't say that, or what I meant was.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is you know trying to teach them how to improve. It's more so it's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit, basically. Right? It's he's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. It's not in the tone of a dialogue. And because of that, that's why he doesn't, you know, it just comes off as just complaining or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
So you've heard that. Dr. Obadele Campbell did a critique. He made a critique of a book. And here is the response that he comes off as complaining. It's like a woman venting after her day at the job. Is that scholarly? Is that scholarly? Is he making similar remarks towards scholars of European descent? But yet he's the one who uses the term Negropean. People will usually have talking points. Now, Netaneb has left a message early on. We have Sister Thickness in a place to be peace to you. A black Egyptian, Hotep said. We have Imhotep 360, our brother from Jamaica. Hotep Shaka continued to expose them family. Now, I don't have anything against that comment. I've stated that before, but uh, people can check my videos. I usually don't apply the term exposed towards somebody else. Um, I've used it once towards myself because I had some trolls who was making a lot of videos and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, I put my name and I put expose. But I don't really have that habit, like exposing someone. It's like it sounds a bit like sensationalism. Um, I'm not really planning on going off. I just want to address the claims. I just really want to address the claims that are made. I think it's getting out of hand. You know, Dr. Campbell deserves more respect than that. It's a shame that people will do years of study and earn a PhD, and then that's how they are going to be addressed. It sounds like complaining, like a woman venting after a day at the job. Now, some of you might not know what possible reason will lead the dude. We have 20 people online. Will lead the dude to make comments like that, and I will show you it's because he has a team. Now we have the fight doctor who wrote, "Where is the fake Caucasoid Egyptian?" Uh, I don't know which one you're talking about, because when you use the term Caucasoid, I have an idea. But if you're talking about the guy's claims that I'm going to address, like I said, I don't really expect him to come in, even though I said that it might take about an hour for me to address his claims, and then he's welcome. It was an invitation for the record because some people they could be like, well, I never received an invitation, I didn't know, whatever. But there's nothing that's gonna be it's not gonna be vicious. I'm not gonna be vicious, you know. So and I hope I won't have to repeat myself after this. So I'm gonna show you. You have a new page. Like when people see gonna share. Uh, I should have done that simply. So University of Amen. When you are on the website, you have presenters in the menu. Well, it doesn't really show clearly anyway. The website is not really well made. I don't usually critique websites, but you can barely read, because you have a white background. Now when you have that picture, you can see slightly better. But anyway, that's for the purpose. The website doesn't look bad in itself, but I'm talking about the menu. So presenters, here we have the software developer. Here we have Dr. Jahi Isa. Here we have Dr. Salim Faraji. Now, I don't think that the Osei is mentioned. For a strange reason, we even have the PhD in linguistics, Dr. Kaposhishi. And we have the butler. So he's still part of the team. He's still listed on the website. Okay, so he's defending his crew because his team members have done the same thing as him: linguistic gymnastics, linguistic acrobatics. So in the defense of his crew, and by the way, his team members have admitted that they made mistakes, that they were wrong with their linguistics, you know. So let's continue. I'll put a quotation mark so you understand it doesn't come from me. Oh, what's up, Pim? Pim, Big. This is what he said. There are individuals who don't have the skills to analyze primary work, primary research, so that's why they have to appeal to authority. That's why they say we rely on the experts. That's an appeal, and there wasn't enough space. There wasn't enough space, but at the end, of course, it says to authority. Now, his number one yes man, Willie Lynch Wuja, used Burge, and he kept repeating that Burge is an expert. He used another guy and he kept saying the experts. He even said all the experts. But then he wasn't appealing to authority. This is a talking point. When people don't know what to say, they will accuse you of appealing to authority because you're talking about an expert. They are normalizing being pseudo. They are trying to normalize being pseudo. They try, I mean, obviously this guy feels like he can holler at PhDs and criticize the work of PhDs. As a matter of fact, I saw that he announced that he's going to critique Dr. Kaposhishi. He's looking for a come up, but that's not the right way to do. But he's free to do whatever he wants. We are in a free country, but it's not going to be. It's going to be in the long run. It's not going to help him. If he doesn't realize that, it's like gambling. It's like gambling. Well, that might help me. People are going to talk about me. Whatever. We'll see. We'll see. But you see, that's why they say we rely on the experts. I rely on the experts. I do. Brothers and sisters, don't be fooled. Don't let them make you think that saying that you rely on the expert is something wrong. They use dictionaries too, don't they? Because when we're talking, when we had a discussion, or just because something is a dictionary, you just go by it. When something doesn't suit them, that's when they're going to talk this appealing to authority talking point. The experts have studied a long time. They are qualified. They are competent. All right? Don't let those guys fool you. Whenever I can, I'm going to go through the comments because afterwards there's going to be 50 comments up to 100. Willie Lynch Wuja is the guy who showed Burge, E.A. Wallis Burge, very outdated, and argued that the Nubians and the ancient Egyptians are not the same in terms of color, He's the guy who argues that Chem, the I6 cliff, doesn't stand for black. Now they are being slick. They say, well, it means black, but it doesn't have to do with the appearance of the color, just because of the claim of their book. And even recently made a new claim by saying that his title is a tutelary, and that's 2022, because they might say, well, yeah, I said that years ago. So for 3 hours, we had a discussion. He couldn't demonstrate that, and that's it. Now as for the chief, he never came in. He comes on my platform in the comments and tell people, it will be good to go on his channel to leave comments. You know what I'm saying? So it's clear, he needs more people, and that's fine. If people can use my channel, to attract some traffic to their channel, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. So I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't know about that. All I know is that when it comes to fraternity, for those who didn't know, to each his own.
Ridiculous Asar Imhotep. First of all, let's get to know Asar Imhotep. Listen for yourself.
Did you go through any kind of hazing process at all?
No, I pledged. Yes.
Okay, so you went through a hazing process.
No, I pledged. There's a difference.
Okay, so as you went through the hazing process, did they slap you on the ass with a paddle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. So you bent over, you grabbed your ankles, and that paddle was smacking that ass.
Basically.
Okay.
So to each his own. We have Mongezi in the place to be. Let's listen up now.
Secondly, again, as Wujawu stated earlier, they're not researchers. So they don't know jack about the research process. So what happens is, in this day and age, all research is built on previous research, period. They're not researchers. So they don't know jack about the research process.
Is he a researcher? Does he know about the research process? Is this how he came to the conclusion that Allah is an Egyptian?
And this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text.
So that's a conclusion of a researcher, that Allah is an indigenous African god?
The god Allah is an indigenous African god.
Is that the conclusion of a researcher, that Hebrews are African people?
Hebrews, saying come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people.
Is that the conclusion of a researcher, that the Hebrew language is an African language?
This is how we know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language.
Is it the result of a researcher that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language?
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
Well, if that's the case, then being a researcher is not fly. Now it's going to get interesting.
Argument. And these Negroes still don't read and will still make up a whole argument out of the ether. And then we'll argue that all day. Uncle on his channel the other day had the mitigating gall to argue that we made up the argument that Mboli came up with Negro Egyptian.
Oh, hell no.
I'm like, you didn't. I can understand if you don't read French. I understand that. But I translated in English in the Nesubiti book. We mentioned this stuff over and over again. We even had the brother on the program 3 times.
I'm gonna add.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You on the roll. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like it's stuff like this that's just frustrating. They just make up arguments, and we have this stuff on paper. We have this. We have the argument coming out of his own mouth in English.
Hold on. Let me add to that though.
Every time you say something, you have, those cheerleaders laughing about go, go. How come he doesn't laugh with what I've played? See, there's one thing about Unc, and we had our disagreement in the past, years back. But what I know from Unc is that he knows how to say, well, I was wrong about that. He has admitted in the past being wrong about some topic, and that's to his credit. I have admitted, I have said that I made some mistakes as well. But some people, they have like a decade of pseudo claims, and I have yet to hear them say once, okay, I was wrong about that. That was incorrect, that was inaccurate. So if we presume that Ogg really said what he's alleged to have said, and that is such a bad issue, and let's even presume that that makes him pseudo. To me, that doesn't make him pseudo, but who's more pseudo? Or who's actually pseudo? Meaning someone who would say, well, okay, they got that from so and so, and a guy who says that Allah is in the Egyptian text, that Allah is an indigenous African god, that Hebrews are African people, that the Hebrew language is an African language, that the Hebrew language is coordinated with Yoruba language. How can someone who makes pseudo claims try to make fun about other people? That's just really new. Just really, really new. Now, you want to hear something interesting? The guy said, well, those are not researchers, so they don't understand, the method or whatever. I played it earlier. And he's making fun of Brother Onk. They're laughing. Willie Lynch Wuja is laughing. Now I'm going to give you something that you can laugh about. This is Asar talking with a PhD in linguistics.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for.
Hold on. They're talking about Mboli because Mboli is the new, I don't know, he's Asar's new god now. And when people say they were inspired by Mboli's claim, they're like, oh, no. But everywhere he goes, any chance he gets, he hops up Mboli. So the PhD in linguistics, Dr. Obadele Kambo, is telling him what Mboli hasn't done. And listen to what Asar will reply. And that's the guy who claimed to be a linguist. That's the guy who's going to say, those guys are researchers. Those guys, they do this stuff on YouTube, the method. Listen to what he's going to say.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or a con.
Did you hear his reply? I don't see in your work a reconstruction of Yoruba and Akan. Some of you probably have looked into linguistics. Does that make sense to you? Now, sister, I've received your cash app. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Smash is in the place to be. Hotep. Smash, I'm glad you're here. You just came right on time. Did you hear that, Smash? Did you hear what I just played? Now the fight doctor wrote, isn't there some truth to the so-called Hebrew language belonging to the African family of languages? Don't take my word for it. I'm not a linguist. Send an email to a linguist. Choose any university of your choice and ask a question, and you will see the reply. Listen to the experts. Apparently, relying on the experts is wrong. Listen to what the experts said. Now, family of African family of language. I mean, Oh, okay. Smash is watching while working. Okay. So then he added, I thought that Proto Hebrew was simply a dialect. Proto Hebrew cannot be a language, so it would not be a dialect. Um, it was simply a dialect of some language spoken in ancient Kemet. No, it can't be. It can't be. It can't be. How could Proto Hebrew be spoken in Kemet? No. I don't know who influenced you to have this thought, but oh yeah, he wrote, please correct me if I'm wrong. But feel free, brothers and sisters, any claim that you hear and you're unsure, no matter the field, you have the email addresses of scholars on the university website. It's possible that most of the time you will not get a reply, or maybe half of the time you'll not get a reply. But eventually, some of them will take the time to reply to you. Be courteous, know the greetings, because some people, they don't know about greetings. They don't know how to say hello, and they don't know how to say, some like thanks or goodbye or whatever. But at least say hello, good morning, however you want to say. Put some greetings, and just be courteous. I would like to ask you, because you are a scholar, and I'm not sure if you don't mind, if you have the time, be polite and get straight to the point. Don't make a very long message. You don't really have that much time. And see what the reply will be. Try to take the habit of asking people who are qualified in certain fields. You see, because I might be wrong as well. I might be wrong with what I'm saying. You see? Now, a fair bit of people are not familiar with Dr. Obadele Campbell, because people like the hype, they like, what's hip, you know. And some people have been hyped up, for a good decade. So people feel like they are master teachers. I mean, Garfield called the dude a master teacher, which is really, it's really funny to me. But hey, Dr. Obadele Campbell usually speaks in a very calm manner, low tone, but listen to his reaction when he hears what Asar said.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I
And
understand.
I'm saying that is an incorrect, and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or a con.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my point.
It's spoken right now. And what I did is I use IPA, because Yoruba has its own orthographic system.
It's a convention for sounds. These are all symbols. That's the whole point of writing. They're just symbols to represent sounds. We understand that. The issue is that it's not attested in terms of a living.
So this is what I'm hearing as a lack of understanding. What you just said, you said I didn't reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Yoruba.
If
I wouldn't need to reconstruct Akan. He doesn't need to reconstruct Somali. He also doesn't need to reconstruct Hausa. But what he does need to reconstruct is the one that I'm saying that he did not reconstruct.
Here's the question.
Please, just hold on 1 second, because
I understand. Believe me, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you this.
Then let me make this last point, please. Just let me make this last point. So you're saying that I didn't reconstruct a language that is attested right now. You don't reconstruct languages that are attested right now. You write them down.
So, for someone who claims to be a linguist, and as a reply, See Smash Road laughing my behind off. He said, "Well, I don't see any reconstruction in your work of the Yoruba and the Akan." Now listen how the voice is raised up. It's like, you have a child, you love your child, but if your child, you're in here, you're reading a book, or you I don't know, you're doing something. You're on a computer, you're watching a video or a documentary, um, and your child, or you're just watching TV, or you're on the phone, and your child goes, "Dad, can we go to Mars tomorrow?" You say, "How are you gonna go to Mars and nobody went there?" Your voice gonna raise up. It's not like you don't like your child, but like there's limits to this now. Now just listen how the voice is raised up.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I
And
understand.
I'm saying that is an incorrect, and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
See the voice raised up, but then he put it down. How does that make any sense to you? And even through that exchange, you can hear the dude trying to talk, and it's hard for him to listen. And never once he said, "Okay, what I said, okay." Reconstructing a living language, a spoken living language, because he's busy defending Mboli's work. Because he was inspired by Mboli to come up with that Kemet means riparian land or riparian country. They are going out of their ways. He's talking to a PhD in linguistics. I wonder if, those people who are laughing hearing that now. Who's more pseudo between Unc and that dude I saw? Who's more pseudo? Who's pseudo? No, who's more pseudo? Who's pseudo? Now we have the guy like see the list here, and some of you don't know, but listen to what he says about the English word fly.
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the prefix sound in there in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F, in English. It's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all in Indo-European. It's in every African language.
So the guy says that the English word fly comes or derives from the Meden word keper or keper. The guy says that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language. Brothers and sisters, I told you, if you're unsure about something, send an email to a linguist. And that, I mean, if it's about linguistics, if it's about Egyptology, try some Egyptologists. It's about mathematics, try a mathematician. But don't go and ask question about what he said here about the Asar dude. You know what I'm saying? About linguistics. Don't go ask question. Don't say, "Hello, dear Doctor So and So. Because you have a PhD in linguistics, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, does the English word fly derive from the Medunetia Kepet?" Don't go and you're not gonna get a reply. You might get blocked. Maybe they have some some lists or some groups where they say, is somebody with that email address send you a message. Don't reply, and make sure you put that email address on the on the red list, or whatever list, the spam list, stuff like that. Don't go and do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't go and do that. That's pseudo. That's pseudo. The Hebrew is cognate with Yoruba language. And then you have the nerve to try to make fun of somebody that the Hebrews are African people, and that the Hebrew language is an African language. Don't go and send questions like that to people who deal with the linguistics. Hey, I'm glad you. Osar, I would like you to hear that. This is a dude, Osar Imho Fake. That's just a nickname. He said I was slow. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. This is Osar Imho Fake talking to Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD in linguistics, and listen to what he's going to say. I mean, that's just weird, man. I would be embarrassed if I said, I would have said, you know what I said, that was really really low, really wrong, and I take that L, but it's okay. Just check this out.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I
And
understand.
I'm saying that that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or a con.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
That's the guy who's trying to make fun of Unc. That's the guy who's trying to diminish the conscious community, or is talking about online, talking about, he used to talk about YouTube all the time. Now he's talking about webcam, as if anything that's done online doesn't make any sense. But when they go online, it's fine. They can do 10-hour live stream, it's fine. And for the context, Dr. Obade Campbell was talking about Mboli. Osayamka wrote, "You don't make a reconstruction of a living language, laughing my behind off." The nerves of the dude. The nerves of the dude. And he was saying that in defense of Mboli. Mboli is his new god, his new scholarly god. And we know it's because of their claims. All of this is to defend their book ultimately. So it looks like the monetary gain has taken precedence over logic. I mean, they can write some other books. They can write some other books. They don't have to rely on that book so much to the point of making weird statements like that. But I was in passing. Osaramka wrote, "You make a reconstruction of a dead language so we can see your concepts in it." And Willie Lynch Wuja, I remember not long ago was talking about, Osar, with the linguistic, what I'm saying, is one of the few. Let's continue.
I
I want
just
to add something.
go ahead.
Can I add something? There
Yeah,
was
yeah,
this
yeah.
there was this guy that once said that the team prides themselves in doing original research. And this was an argument that was put in front of, bagged by the group, was put together to attack white academia. So
Unc made that up. There was
right.
no formal getting together with the Amara squad. It just is a natural come together. You know how like you go to the basketball court and whoever's there, and you pick who's on your team. That's how it came about. And we weren't fighting white academia. We were fighting Hebrew Israelites. That's how we came together, fighting against Hebrew Israelites back in the day. Who was trying to attack ancient Egypt, its culture, and all that other kind of stuff. That's how Amin Ra Squad formed as a group, and we just kind of added and formalized some things, as time progressed.
Now, before I deal with his claim of how the Amen Ra squad form and what they used to do, I want to read what Netaneb wrote. Netaneb wrote, "In my school courses in linguistics now and my formal training in linguistics, in my work with Dr. Nasir Sati." Oh, I mispronounced it before. I thought it was Nasi Sati. It's Nasir Sati. As I stated for years, only dead languages are reconstructed and assumed proto-languages. Even said I can show my class courses. Osamka wrote what Netaneb said, you know. And Ned wrote, I'm also an organizer of Negro Egyptian linguistics with Dr. Obadele Kambo. There's no N, there's no E at the end. And it's Obadele. Basically, it's a E at the end, not an I. And that's on Abibitumi. That's the website. You can look it up online. An Egyptian must be reconstructed. There's levels to this. There's methods to this. We have 28 people online, 29 now. Okay. So back to what I just played. He said, this is how the Amen Ra squad form, and he made an analogy like, when you're in a basketball court and you chose, it reminds me of earlier when you talk, we have 30 people online now. It's three times what some butler said, but it's okay. So earlier it was, making an analogy like Dr. Obadele Campbell's critique of the book, the original of the word Amen, is like someone in a barber shop talking that BS. But when I say BS, I'm trying not to use profanity. So here's making another analogy. You're in a basketball court and you pick someone, okay, you get on the team, stuff like that. Now, to my understanding and to my knowledge, that's not how the Amen Ra squad form. And I'm sure some of you have heard Brother Ankh, who founded the Amen Ra squad. He stated that when Wesley Muhammad came out with his Allah team, that was some sort of response to the Allah team, not to the Hebrews. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in linguistics. My bad. I was wrong. I made a mistake. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic studies or Near Eastern studies / Islamic studies. When he came out to the community, he challenged, many people. He challenged Walter Williams. Walter Williams, I never seen Walter Williams debating about his claim regarding the Medu Neter, for one. This is what Dr. Wesley Muhammad said. He had a PhD when he said that.
It will be. It will be important. Wrote Kemet if you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amen Ra, the slave making God, away.
Now, Dr. Wesley Muhammad said that in response to some statement made by Walter Williams, because Walter Williams named some Abrahamic books, and he said, take it and throw it in the nearest trash can. So he said that for like at least 2 of the Abrahamic books, maybe the 3 Abrahamic books. So sometimes people, they want to go tit for tat. It's on them, but then you have to take responsibility and accountability. So before I continue, you see here, they wrote the new gospel. I rely on experts. I appeal to authority because I don't have the skills to discern primary research and methodology. What methodology? We heard him already telling a PhD in linguistics. Well, I don't see any reconstruction in your work of the Yoruba and Akan. So I saw him or Faye talking about, to go against the Hebrews. He's probably talking about the Kemet on trial period. Oh, for the record, you've heard a PhD in linguistics. I'm sorry. Once again, I made a mistake. A PhD in Islamic studies said, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw him out in the trash can, throw Amen Ra the slave making God away. I was just quoting what he said. I don't agree with the statements, of course. But then, recently we have other people, who don't use the same wording, but the sentiment, and it's not towards the deities. It's not towards the belief. It's towards the individuals.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the comedics. I bang against them and they can't get through me.
That's just in passing. So once again, Osai Fake is probably talking about the time period of the Kemet on trial, but the Amenra squad, that was way before. That was years before. That was years before. You know? For those who don't know, Osai Fake, he was trying to appeal to Abrahamic believers, you know? A little bit like those guys with the book, The Origin of the Word, Amen have tried to do, they stated that, it is geared towards those Abrahamic believers, and that's why he had that book, Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, I can look it up. I've shown it before. Sharing this link from a message board or a forum where he posted about his book. You see, February 25th, 2011. Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris, a Congo origins for the Jesus myth. In this text, Asahimo Faye joins the debate armed with original research concerning the historicity and existence of the Hebrew Savior Jesus the Christ of the first century CE. This work seeks to answer the question whether Jesus the Christ was an actual person whose life is accurately recorded in the biblical text, or is he a mythological character inspired by earlier myths that were popular in the era of Palestine during this time period. Analyzing data from the fields of cultural anthropology, comparative religion, and historical comparative linguistics, Asar asserts that Jesus of the Bible is a mythical figure whose story originates in the Great Lakes region of Africa among the Chiena Ntu/Bantu family, which moved up the Nile Valley into the Sahara region during the Nabatean pluvial period, which later spread into places like Egypt and the Near East. It is from this location that Jesus, in the form of Osiris, was adopted and modified to better align itself with the culture and ideologies of the Hebrew priest class. Jesus is a personification of a title of a priest class called Nganga, found all over Central, East, and South Africa in modern times. Our case study examines four cultural areas to establish linguistic and cultural parallels to make the case for an African origin of Jesus. Nigeria, Yoruba Ifa, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Lubalega, ancient Egypt, Remech, Luntu, and Palestine, Hebrews. Other areas of Africa will be explored for supportive references. So back then, that's what he used to do mainly, to appeal to those Abrahamic believers. There's another thing I wanted to state. Oh yes, Mudupe. I don't want to mispronounce the full name, but he the first time we spoke, and I think the second time you might have mentioned him, but he name dropped the dude. I was asking for record for Hebrews and Kemet to say, well, if you read his book, and if you look up Mudupe, I don't know if it's Oduyoye, the second part. That's what he's doing. He's using his skills to try to, validate and deal with this Abrahamic narrative. So to each his own. Now, check this out. In the recording, Dr. Obadele Campbell was actually trying to assist him. Yes, he was. He was trying to put him up on game, you know, so that his scholarship or at least methodology could be sharp. Assar has no formal training in linguistics. In his recording, Assar didn't know tech process of reconstruction. I mean, the process of reconstruction. Smash Rockwell wrote, "That's the truth. Allah team and divine ruler Allah was butchering Medu Necha." Osaimka wrote, "Smash was there." Netanyahu wrote, "All linguists, including students, know that reconstruction is the ultimate goal of historical linguistics." Assar even compares proto-languages with Egyptian. So we have 33 people online, but I think that Assar gets the chronology a bit mixed up. You know, many times he speaks without thinking. You know, so it might just be another error, but he has so many error and mistakes. And the problem is that he doesn't say, "Okay, I made a mistake. I was wrong there." You know, for 10 years, I haven't heard him say that. You know, he might have said it, but it's probably rare. But no. That's not how the Amun Ra squad formed. It was not to go against the Hebrews. You know, besides Assar, Imhotep used to be a Hebrew himself, but he's going to mention that later on anyway. But you know, that was really in response to Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD. You know, that was way before Kemet on trial. That was years before Kemet on trial. All right. And as a matter of fact, okay, I'm going to leave that. You know, people are going to say, "Oh, well, you're salty about this, and that's why you're doing this." So I'm going to leave it. But when I said that he was appealing to the Abrahamic people, why do you think he was saying that the Hebrews existed? Listen to this. 16 seconds.
What I'm telling you is that the Hebrews existed in North Africa, in Egypt. They existed in Somalia. They exist in Senegal. They exist in Mauritania. They exist. They even exist Minoa and Minoa Creek. You can read G.J.
You see what was written on the screen? The year 2011. That's the same year when he had that book. So Hebrews existed. Where did?
What I'm telling you is that the Hebrews existed in North Africa, in Egypt. They existed in Somalia. They exist.
North Africa, Egypt, Somalia, Senegal. I'm gonna stop there because that's a bit much. Now, what color were the Hebrews?
Dr. Yosef Ben Levy's article on the Hyksos, and he provides some very good information on who the Hyksos were. But as far as black is concerned, I wouldn't deem them black folks. But your Hebrew, original Hebrews, yes, because linguistics and the historical records say so. And you still have Hebrews. Fulanis are black as hell. The Afar are still black as hell. Your Abaroros are still black as hell.
He used to teach that the Hebrews were black, that there were Hebrews in Kemet, and that those Hebrews were black. Then he backtracked. I was like, okay, he's growing. And then when I spoke to him, he flip-flopped again. Because he cannot say, well, I changed my views, I was wrong, it was inaccurate. He cannot say, you know, it's on him, you know, everybody go about things the way they want to. Now, let's continue. But Wesley was a smart dude. They got into some conversation. Saul wrote a PDF addressing Wesley's claim, and in the beginning he wrote, "First of all, I want to say that I'm not the likes of Sarah Sutton Seti, Shaka Ndugu Kemet and all." Thank you, Nedaneb. And that's when I released this.
Ridiculous Assar Imhotep. First of all, let's get to know Assar Imhotep. Listen for yourself.
Did you go through any kind of hazing process, though?
No, I pledged. Yes.
Okay, so you went through a hazing process.
No, I pledged. There's a difference.
Okay, so as you went through the hazing process, Did they slap you on the ass with a paddle?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. So you bent over, you grabbed your ankles, and that paddle was smacking that ass.
Basically.
Okay.
This was on the Amen Ra Squad Blog Talk Radio show. At that time, nobody was going against the Hebrews. I mean, the Hebrews are not even popping like that, you know. Back then, you know, the Moors and Asiatic black men, you know, there are many of the people, you know, that you will hear, you know. The way you hear the Hebrews now, because they're on some people's channel, that was the Moors back then, you know. So I was like, the nerve of this guy. We have somebody that says, throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw him out in the trash can, throw Amen rather slave, making God away. And I'm engaging the dude, even his claims about, you know, the black Arabs, you know. And that dude doesn't have anything better to do than to say, well, first of all, I want to live in. This is a public stuff that he wrote, you know. I'm not the like of South Sudan Sari, Shakandugu Kemet and all. He was looking for a come up after engaging Wesley and later getting on the ASCAC panel. He felt like he was in the field. He started calling himself a linguist. Well, he did that a little bit before, you know. I mean, for those who haven't seen that.
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifa Muyiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist, an artist, poet, photographer, you know, music producer, soon to be filmmaker, you know, and a host of other things I like to dabble in seriously.
He said he's a historian. You remember Garfield? Garfield has allegedly a bachelor's degree in history. So now that Asar said that he's a historian, where's the degree? All those things that I played, why doesn't he come clean to the community? He can come clean and say, okay, I was wrong about that. Dude said he's a historian and an anthropological linguist. The rest I don't mind. See, back then, I mean, you know, brothers and sisters, you know, we are a bit older now. But back then, it was like fashionable for people to say all these titles, you know. I remember Ray Haggins was popping until the debate happened with Wesley and he did not present anything. And, you know, that's the end of his, you know, if his rise. But, you know, I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a certified this, I'm a certified blah, blah, blah. Back then, it was, you know, it was the thing back then. You look at people, you know, I'm a scholar, I'm a historian, I'm a driver, I'm a certified herbalist, you know. I think herbalist was one of the titles for Ray Haggins. I mean, I don't know, out of curiosity. I mean, I'm not really addressing him, so I don't really want to divert too much. But out of curiosity, since I brought that up, you know, um, might still have the same, you know, introduction. Well, you know, we're gonna sit together so you can have an idea. Some people are great imitators, so they get their inspiration somewhere. So you see, this is the African Village website here. Now let me share. We have 35 people online. So Dr. Ray Haggins is the chief elder and spiritual leader of the African Village and Cultural Center in St. Louis, Missouri. He is also a clinician, therapist, musician, and a pilot. You notice it says also that he has attended and completed studies in various academic institutions such as Montclair State University, Northeastern Bible College, Lighthouse Christian College, and Trinity Theological Seminary, and holds a doctorate CCD in counseling and a PhD with an emphasis in cognitive psychology. So, as usual, most of the time when people have some degree, they will tell you which institution or university or college they got it from. But you have some other people that act differently. Sauce said that he was a uh, historian and anthropological linguist. And Netanyahu is asking, he's saying, I wonder if he's also an astronaut. But, back then it was fashionable for people to give themselves all these titles. I mean, dang. So before I continue, I just want to go through the comments. It's better like this. Mongezi is asking anybody with a link to that Dr. Campbell interview with Asar. I had put it up, and I was asked by somebody close to Campbell to remove it. So out of respect, I made it private. But here I just played like a few seconds. Like how many seconds is it? The excerpt is well actually it's 1 minute 34 to be exact. That excerpt. The other one when he said Sahimofek said that he's a historian, an anthropological linguist. He also said that he studied physics.
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
okay. Have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
There has to be some lie somewhere. So you will probably not find that interview, or at least not online. So if people don't know, make sure you subscribe to my channel, and you will be up on game. Whoever subscribed, then they would have, they would have heard it. But when he was asked, have you studied linguistics formally? He replied, yes, I have. It's funny that somebody who studied linguistics formally would state, well, I don't see any, in your work, I don't see any reconstruction of the Yoruba or the Akan, but hey, the dude said he's a historian also. So, Terrell Green wrote, the Hyksos were a mixture of people who, well, there's no rest. Ron, is that you, Ron? My brother from New York, my Jamaican brother from New York. I remember you were slaughtering them back then with the Islamic branch in the Amen Ra squad. I mean, it was a bit messy back then. And this is an example of what happens. You cannot have a crew and one guy's in one direction, the other guy's in the opposite direction. It just doesn't work. So all these people say, oh, we need to get together. It doesn't matter what your belief system is. The police, to see you as a black man, they still shoot you. This is like, it's a nice talking point, like, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, but nowadays it just doesn't work at all. But anyway, I don't want to go into the details of that period, but some people remember. It was messy. It was a shame. We wasted time. We would have been so far now. We would have been so far ahead. But we can't go back. So we learn from the past and we move on. One wrote yes, and then I wrote it would take years to get all them degrees. Yes, it would take years to get all these degrees of historian, anthropological linguist, but anyway. So let's continue, Siki. Let's continue. There's some more that we're gonna go through. Hold on. A fair bit of notes here. So yes, he was running around calling himself a linguist, and he got a reality check, and now he's no longer presenting himself as a linguist. And You notice, however, that he never criticized Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who once again said, throw Kemet. Let me play it again. It's better. Some people need the visual and the audio as well. You know.
It will be. It will be important. Wrote Kemet garbage. If you want to get off sensitive, come on, go ahead. About blacks conquering blacks. Throw Maya in the trash can. Throw Amin Ra, the slave making God away.
So notice that Sahim Ofek never criticized Wesley Muhammad, even though that's what he said. But you heard how he criticized Dr. Campbell, talking about he was just, it sounds like complaining. It's like a woman venting after her day at the job. Something fishy here. When I saw that video of Wesley, I lost my mind. I was like, it's on. I was like, it's on. You know? And ultimately, he challenged me to a debate, to a public debate. He challenged me publicly, for the record. You know, every time you hear me say he challenged me, it was public. You know, I accepted. We spoke about it on the phone. Then I quoted some people who are non-black, and as an escape route, Dr. Wesley Muhammad said, "Oh well, you know, he's quoting some people against your brother. I'm not going to debate him again." All right, end of story. Something fishy there. But maybe the reason why he did not criticize Wesley, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, is because he realized that just like himself, Dr. Wesley Muhammad does a lot of linguistic gymnastics and linguistic acrobatics. And I can show you some example. Because I mean, you know, you've heard our brother Osahim Ofei. You know, Allah is in the Egyptian text. The God Allah is an indigenous African God. Hebrews are African people. The Hebrew language is an African language. The Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language. I mean, you know, that's linguistic acrobatics. That's linguistic gymnastics. So I'm going to show you possibly why Assad not only did not criticize Wesley for saying throw him in a garbage can, throw him out in the trash can, but he probably admired linguistic acrobatics. 30 people online. Let me share the screen. Dr. Wesley Muhammad teaches that the Canaanite supreme god El, E-L, is actually Allah. That's from his own book. Statuette excavated at Megiddo, Israel. That's from his own book. Page 87. Dr. Wesley Muhammad teaches that Enki is Allah. Page 108, an Enki equals Allah. In other words, an Enki is Allah. Now, Britannica says that Sumerian Enki, Mesopotamian god of water and a member of the triad of deities completed by Anu, Sumerian An, and Enlil. Dr. Wesley Muhammad he wrote, page 111, that Ra is undoubtedly an Egyptianization of the Proto-Semitic Allah. He wrote one particularly important mythological contribution these Arabian Semites made to Egyptian religion is undoubtedly the introduction of the sun god Ra to the Egyptian pantheon. He wrote page 116. I mean, you have all the page numbers anyway on the screen. But the Semitic solar deity was not named Ra, it was Allah. Ra's hieroglyph no doubt conceals a Semitic original. Underneath the hieroglyphic Ra is no doubt the Semitic Allah. That's from his own book. And here, page 116, you see that? Ra had a female complement, Rat, like the Arabic Allah and Allat. The goddess's name is created simply by adding the feminine marker to the god's name. Page 117. Thus, that's Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD in Islamic Studies, PhD in Near Eastern Studies. I think he got it from Morehouse College. Or Allah, and in parentheses he wrote Allah, Ra, Alat, in parentheses Al-Lat, Rat. Page 121 of his fictional comic book, Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam, Dr. Wesley Muhammad wrote, it is therefore clear that the Egyptian solar deity Ra and his basic myth originated in Arabia east of the Red Sea and is an Egyptianization of the Proto-Semitic deity Allah, just as Ilu is a Babylonization and Elohim, is a Hebrewanization of the same deity. And here you have a chart, still from his book. We have the Proto-Semitic El, then we have the Babylonian Ilu. Then from the Proto-Semitic El, we get the Canaanite Elohim. Still from the Proto-Semitic El, we have the South Arabian Elah/Allah. And finally, from the Proto-Semitic El, we get the Egyptian La or Ra. If that's not linguistic gymnastic and linguistic acrobatic, then I don't know what it is. So probably Sahim Ofek was very impressed with, damn, I can do this too. I can make linguistic gymnastic and linguistic acrobatics. I can do it too. Probably. Now, oh, Dr. Baghdad, that was my nickname back then. Netherland wrote the definition of pseudo linguistics. Oh, definitely. But I lived in a very strange era. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, he was that dude back then. Thanks to somebody that I don't need to name. Nobody knew about him until that brother put him on his channel. I mean, made several interviews. But hey, we're in a free world, you know. People have freedom of speech. Dr. Wesley Muhammad is probably the first person that I heard banging on Kemet. I mean, he really. So when I see former Kemetic people or current Kemetic people going against Kemetic people, I'm like, there's a problem here. You know, that's not what he used to be. He used to be known Kemetic people, you know, but hey. So we're going to continue.
Added, and that's how Amin Ra Squad formed as a group. And we just kind of added and formalized some things, you know, as time progressed. but everyone already was doing their own thing. So we would just come, for example, like when Unc had the Nikki and Nikki Love had their show, and they was dealing with the spirituality and like it was even back in that day, like I would call in or someone else would call in when the Hebrew Israelites was acting a plumb fool. Since I was a former Hebrew Israelite, I would come in knowing all of the arguments in which they would come, and how to rebut them and stuff. So it was just a natural, it wasn't a conscious, like, I'm putting together this group and we're going to challenge white academia. The only people who were challenging white academia were people who were doing scholarship already. And there was only a few of us that were doing that.
Now we have a sister who wrote, Hotep Shaka, this is the Pharaohist, and she wrote, thanks for the first class. And I'm glad you appreciated it. And I'm so glad that you stating it for the record, because usually I don't have the habit of saying, okay, that person's taking classes, if they want to say it, it's fine. If they don't want to, I let them, state it if they want to. So we have 32 people online. So here you have another clue that he was a bit mixed up with his chronology, because he mentioned the Nikki Love show, which was before the Amen Ra Squad. I'm not saying that when the Amen Ra Squad started, we didn't have the Nikki Love show, but we have some period. So first it was the Uncle Nikki Love show, and then there was the Amen Ra Squad. But funny thing is that the ending of what he just said now. Say there was only a few of us doing it, but I'm not gonna trip on that. Now, one second. Well, Nubian numeral wrote Hotep. Hotep Senet, I recognize you. Listen to this now.
But see, here's the thing I was going to add though, and this is what frustrates me with the example that you use, right? So if Unc is saying that, see, like right now, on our channel, we don't get the exposure, and I understand why, right? So I understand it. Like right now, it's like 30 people watching. So if I say something, I'm only being my words are being exposed to 30 people. But if on other platforms, whatever they say is exposed to twice, three times, four times, five times that amount of people. So what they're saying is wrong and just outright just foolish, because that's it's not what it said. Like, for example, we never say that Mboli invented or made up or whatever, Negro Egyptian and this, that, and the third. But when that's said, though, what frustrates me is that the viewers and listeners will take it in and then believe it, because I see the effects of it later, how things trickle down, because people ask me questions, and then it's almost like they put us to work. And I'm telling people like, nah, nobody's gonna be putting me to work like that. Where if I had to address every time something like that happens, then I would have no time for myself to do anything, because I'll be addressing things that are, you talking about ghost words. Those are ghost claims. You know what I'm saying? That we got to chase ghosts. I got to turn into what, Scooby Doo and the crew to chase down some ghosts.
Ghost arguments, ghost quotes.
So, as usual, Willie Lynch Wuja doesn't have a problem saying that other people are wrong. He said, that's wrong, that's foolish. But once again, he's a number one yes man. I have yet to hear Willie Lynch Wuja state, okay, that claim of Asar saying that Allah is in the Egyptian text is wrong. That claim of, maybe I made a mistake. I don't know if I said that claim of Allah. That claim of Asar saying that Allah is in the Egyptian text is wrong. That claim of Asar saying that Allah the God Allah is an indigenous African God is wrong. I never heard him say, I have yet to hear him say the claim of Asar that Hebrews are African people is wrong. And I have yet to hear Willie Lynch Wuja saying that the claim of Asar that the Hebrew language is an African language is wrong. I have yet to hear Willie Lynch Wuja saying that the claim of Asar that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language is wrong. But when it's other people, he will say it for days. And I see the effect of their claims because now we have people talking about, I mean, that was on Smash Rockwell's live stream. A brother called, I think, Jehuti Maat. We asked him, what does Kemet mean? And he kept saying Egypt. And we know why he kept saying Egypt because he didn't want to use the term black. Because the Kem in the name Kemet stands for black. So I see the effect as well. I see them turning brothers and sisters into pseudos and normalizing being pseudos with those talking points of appealing to authority, appeal to authority. Nathaniel wrote, Mboli didn't invent Negro Egyptian with Willie Lynch Wuja and Osahim Ofe claim that Mboli upgraded the Up's work. It's recorded. I wouldn't be surprised if they said that. So over one alleged erroneous claim from Unc. You see how they go on? They go on, they laugh, and they, should I tune to Scooby Doo. But on the other hand, you have the dude who talked about, Allah is an indigenous African God, and then they'll say, Jack, I mean, there's a huge problem here. There's a huge problem here. And with the other video I mean, we will deal with the other video anyway. Let's continue.
Going on, so you can't zero in on it. So you gotta watch for that.
You see here, people hide behind jokes to cover their shortcomings. They leave room for you not to tell if/when they are serious or just joking. People do this as a fair, safe contingency. But we saw the historian, anthropological linguist, using the comedy tip, but it's all good, it's all fun, no problem. But let's listen up now.
Made that up.
In on it. So you gotta watch for that.
You made that up.
Like the Amara Squad, right? Man, I tried to save the name Amara Squad by actually making up a sensible meaning behind it. And what I came up with was Amen means hidden, and Ra, people equate Ra with the sun, something visible. And so I was like, okay, something that's hidden and something that's visible. And so I created a theme, like a statement that would kind of give rhyme or reason to the Amaras and then the word squad, squadron and this and that, just to give it some little oomph behind it, Boy, man, if people only knew, boy, I swear.
Did you hear that laugh? It was so forced. Just listen to that laugh again. DMX song, what they really want? When the brother tells a joke and the didn't laugh. It happens, some jokes don't take off. I'm not trying to say that anybody's I'm just talking about people not laughing at the joke,
Man, if people only knew, boy, I swear.
Now, you see how they go on about one statement that Unc allegedly said, and once again, those guys talking about, the God Allah is an indigenous African God, and he had the nerve to say that he's trying to save the name Amen Ra Squad. Really? But he couldn't save himself from his claim of Kem being a title that lasted for 3 hours on Smash Rocco's live stream. can go on his channel right now. He says ancient Egyptians calling themselves black. Now, I have a shorter version with commentary called Reaching Till Preaching. And I'm sharing this in the chat. So, if some of you want to listen to how pseudo Brother Ujao is, then there it is. Ujao is pseudo. Ujao Irimaat is pseudo. I don't have anything against him personally. He said something very interesting not long ago about the Marian Petastella, and I made a video about this. I was, and I admitted, yeah, it's very interesting. But he is pseudo, and he's been pseudo for quite some times, quite some time. Reaching till preaching. You have the link in the chat. You can check it out. But they want to make fun of Ark over one statement. But those guys have so many statements that just don't make sense and are pseudo, and it's really unfair, to say the least. I'm trying to be diplomatic. Now, I will just show you an excerpt. I will have to. Well, I want to check that I have the excerpt right. So what's the time here? It is okay. So wait. Is it still sharing? Yes, it is.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because look at the look at the order of progression, right? If you walk backwards 10 years ago, and I'm just throwing that out there, 10 years ago, nobody was really saying or asking, do you have a source for that? Cite your source. Everybody was just kind of arguing like freely, just going back and forth, right? Trying to make their points and not really being required to cite, and to give source material. So then you skip ahead a few years. Now then it changed to where people are demanded and required to provide some kind of source. Like, you got source for that? Show me that. Show me that, And then that became the thing, which leads us up to now. So now we're embarking on a new era where citing a source is not good enough anymore. Now you have to critique the critiquers. Now you have to actually not only cite the source, but you have to show, or we have to be able to see or ascertain, how did your source come up to the conclusion that they came up to? Show me the work that the source did. Don't just cite the source. Show me where they demonstrated they did that work.
In the video that I've shared, Reaching to the Preaching, over 3 hours, Willie Lynch Wuja claimed that came after a name stands for a title that is a titulary. Is in here giving lessons, giving moral lessons, giving advices, telling people what they should be doing. It was embarrassing, and many times, if you take the time to listen to it, you don't have to if you don't want to. Many times, I will give him opportunity to just leave that argument alone and move to something else. But when I will bring up that he's not in a position to demonstrate his claim, stubborn as he is, okay, oh, yeah, I will show you. And he try to, escape left, right, top, bottom, reading the glyphs to us. The dude was reading glyphs to Smash and I. But with neophytes, it would have worked. It would have changed the conversation. It would have impressed them by reading those glyphs that, we just know for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But then, they want to go to the public and, give more lessons. I mean, this dude, for those who don't know, I mean, you have to know the Meta Nature anyway, So I don't blame you if you don't know the Meta Nature. You don't have to know. It's not an obligation. But he claimed that the God in the reference I6 glyph is actually a title, a titulary after a name. He put up some French book. The French book went against his stance. Then in the end, he was like, well, if you read the whole book, then, and he even said, we wrote a whole book about this. What was there a book about Chem meaning a title? Because if that was the case, he could have put up any page of his book and said, there it is. Funny thing as well is that he probably begged Sahim Ofek to come to his rescue, because 3 hours of getting, destroyed is embarrassing. He's not used to that. He's used to having, his followers, his groupies, his cheerleaders, it was difficult for him, As soon as the Sahim Ofek came on, he said, well, I heard from what I could gather is I heard that Shaka did not understand what Jah was saying. The same thing. If you don't agree with them, you don't understand. But it's okay. Let's continue.
Was said and in the context in which it was said. So that's one aspect of why we ask for the source. After we do that and we verify that you have indeed cited them correctly and that you actually understood them, now we go to that level in which you talked about just a few moments ago in terms of evaluating, one, the logic of the argument and the evidence for which the argument was made. That's it. And so we go from there. We don't appeal to authority. We don't rely on the experts. We rely on the evidence. Irregardless, and for those who hate the word irregardless, y'all just gonna have to take this L. Irregardless of who the scholar is. What was your process? What was the work? What's the steps? And predicate.
For the record, brothers and sisters, and some of you don't really know the conversation. Some of you believe that their claims are valid. All these questions that they are asking, you should ask them about Chem being a title or titulary after a name, about Kemen meaning riparian land or riparian country, about Allah being in the Egyptian text, about the god Allah being an indigenous African god, about Hebrew being cognate with Yoruba. Due diligence.
Logic. It is what was the propositions, and is your conclusion a consequence of the propositions? That's what we're looking at. Because they don't do scholarship, they don't know that. So they think because it's in a source and the dude got a PhD or an MA, that somehow makes the argument solid. Where they do that at? And you can only defer to the experts when you don't have the skill set to evaluate the arguments and the primary data and research. When you don't have those skills, that's all you can do. Well, so-and-so said it. That's all I can go with. I don't have the skills to evaluate. I don't know nothing about linguistics. How am I going to evaluate Greenberg or Mboli or Diop or Obinga or any others? How am I to do that, or Christopher Eric? How am I going to evaluate their works, or even um, Sandro Capocicci? What skill set do I have in order to evaluate the quality of their work? And you find out they have none. That's why they make these erroneous arguments and just be all over the place, all willy nilly, because webcams are cheap these days.
It's so funny how when there's a silence for like 3 seconds, that's when the dude starts laughing. If it was funny, he would have laughed straight away. But it's all good. They need to get some steam off. Now,
Hold on, I'm trying to write this. I want to get this. I want to get this right. Boy, I want to get this right here, boy. See that right there? Bam. Hold up.
apparently, Asar him or Faye has the skill set to evaluate the quality of the work of PhDs. And that's the guy who told Dr. Obadele Campbell, well, in your work, I don't see any construction of the Yoruba in the account. I mean, is that a stand-up comedy show that he's doing right now? He's talking about people not having the skill set, and that's the same guy who said that Allah is an indigenous African God, that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language. How can people continue to follow dudes like that? And the funny thing is that the people who follow these dudes, they label us and others pseudo. That's the world upside down, man. Let's continue.
Just make up arguments. Like Nedadeb and them, like they're still arguing. Even Capo Chichi is making arguments saying that I said that there is no Kim variations, meaning black, without the hair hieroglyph.
Yeah.
And I have it clear as day in my 2014 paper. I gave them the page numbers and everything. And they're still making this argument as if I ever said that. Like, I'm just done with Negroes who can't read and comprehend what to read and just, like everybody talking about science.
Listen to what he says.
F science right now. We're going back to the reading rainbow days.
Now, I'm not sure about him saying F science. I'm not trying to say that that's his stance, but now it's been, let's see if he's disingenuous, talking about the chem and the determinative. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Because he talked, I have that in my 2014 paper. We are in 2022, So that's like, 8 years ago, right? They have changed, Movie paid in full. I'm different. My body different. I'm breathing different. They have changed their stance. They have changed their stance. Now, let's have a look closer to their stance now in 2022. Not good to say, oh, in 2014 I said that. No, 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 no. Let's be up to date. Okay? So, time is Let me share now. Those guys say stuff and they act like they never said it. They act like they never said it. I mean, I don't know why they're doing that, but and I think that's one of the main reasons why they have 10-hour live stream, because they know very well that nobody's going to go into the 10-hour live stream to catch their lies and their pseudo claims. It's just if you don't do the 9 to 5, then you're good. If you get paid, selling plagiarized books, then you have the time. But I don't know about y'all brothers and sisters, but I work the 9 to 5. I mean, I would love to, you know, get compensated financially and do what I do all, full time. But and as a matter of fact, there hasn't been a single donation, a single cash app. No, my bad. There was a cash app from the sister earlier, but there was no super chat. There was no super chat or super sticker. Now, here we're gonna listen to that claim about the CAM glyph and what it stands for. So first, you're gonna hear him talk about the book that I told you about, the book in French that he tried to use for his premise, but and I mean, I've shared a video reaching to the preaching.
Because I'm gonna say this, because French is your native tongue, I would definitely strongly recommend you get the book that I was sharing earlier. And if you need the title of it, I'll give it to you again. But that would be an excellent read for you. It's not a short read, but it's something that you should definitely have in your on your shelf and check.
So he was trying to use that book, but that book went against his claim. It was like, oh no, but you should read that other part. I was like, that's going to be long. I was like, well, but if you say, then it's okay, I'll read it. And when I say, okay, I'll read it, it's okay. Then he says, okay, that's going to take time. I'm like, okay, if I didn't speak French, then you would have said, well, that book actually lays it all down. And in the end, is advising me to read the whole book for a claim that he has but can be in the title. But no, that's not what I want you to hear. That's just in passing. Listen up.
Check it out, because
but if I was to say that what you're saying is your personal hypothesis, would you say that's correct or not?
As if I'm the only one? No, but
how many people have that hypothesis? Like maybe 3, 5?
No, it's quite a few people that are writing papers about this, and I can share that with you later on.
So you're saying that some people say that Chem is a title?
No, in this particular instance, yeah. And no, in other words, they're
okay.
Not
is it
arguing.
Yes or no, brother?
Okay.
You hear that? It's difficult. That stance is difficult. It's not even a debate. It's just a discussion. But here is, used to hear him going on like that. He says yes, then he says no. That's why I ask him, is it yes or no? Let me put it back.
Later on.
So you're saying that some people say that Chem is a title?
No, in this particular instance, yeah. And no, in other words, they're
okay.
Not
is it
arguing.
Yes or no, brother?
Okay, I'm saying, because when you say Kim is a title, I don't want to get confused about all the other users. So in this instance, talking about these people, yes,
indeed, yes.
Talking about these people here in this particular tomb, the verdict is definitely still out there. So the answer to your question is I'm not the only one, and I can share other.
How many would you say? How many would you say will tell us that in this instance Chem stand for a title? Would you say 3, 5 people?
If I had to give you a number now, I would say.
Or how many can you name?
I would say less than 10.
Now, less than 10 is a euphemism for 2. Sounds better to say less than 10, because if you say less than 3, then we're gonna know it's 2. So you say less than 10, you might think, oh, it might be 9. You understand what I'm saying? But for the record, I would love to know who those other people are. You know what I'm saying? But let's listen up.
People who actually do a treatment on it.
I mean, we have a whole consensus of Egyptology, but we have less than 10 people. So based on those less than 10 people, we're supposed to believe them, because they are able, to what was the term that was used earlier? to evaluate the quality of the work. All right. But when you ask him a simple question, no, yes, no. All right, let's listen up. It's okay.
I get it. I get it.
Yep. I would say less than 10 have done like
Damn, that's a
treatment,
huge
not
number.
just in passing.
See that one I missed it because you live and I was really concentrated, to get everything we were saying. Plus I had my daughter, I was holding my daughter. But Smash said, "Damn, that's a huge number." Oh my goodness.
I ain't never
it's not,
seen
it's
that
not
shit.
consensus. It's not
And then he said, "I ain't never seen that."
something that's been accepted by the majority of the specialists or PhDs.
It's being argued in writing. It's being argued and questioned.
This guy is slick. He's saying it's being argued in writing. We know you guys have written about it. It's being argued in writing by who? Those guys, they're so they're so slick, man. They are so slick. It's incredible, man. Brothers and sisters, are you aware of other people besides those two claiming that Chem, not only the Chem in Kemet, Mex Kemet, or let's put it this way: Kemet means riparian land / riparian country. Because if I say only one, they say no, it's not riparian land, it's a riparian country. You got it wrong. If I say it's riparian country, they say no, it's not riparian country, it's riparian land. You're wrong. But that came after a name is a title. How many people say that? Just for the record. But anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
Stage is at the stage of hypothesis. Should we say that? Or at the stage of claim, if you prefer claim rather than hypothesis.
Well, either one. I could work with either one. If you want to, we want to describe it as a hypothesis, that's fine.
So it has not been established.
But I want you to understand that it even meaning black is a hypothesis.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? I'm gonna run that back. Willie Lynch would just said, I want you to understand that it, and we're talking about chem, the biliteral chem, the garden reference I6 glyph, crocodile skin / piece of charcoal, depending on who you quote. He said, I want you to understand that it, even meaning black, is a hypothesis. And then earlier, this guy tried to say that, we said there's no determinative. That's their premise, that it doesn't stand for a color. So eventually they will admit, yes, it stands for black, but in their mind, black is something else. And it's going to be very clear. It's going to be very clear. And see, I'm happy the community sees these grammar errors. Some people are learning the meta nature, and at some point they be like, hey, what are those guys talking about? If you don't know the meta nature at all, you can be told anything. But when you start learning the meta nature and you go to dictionaries, you go to those grammar books, and be like, but this guy's talking about, I don't see that anywhere else. Now, I'm going to play back. I just want to go to some comments, because here it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Now, the never Joe makes his own grammar rules. I see the brother Gideon. So you see, when Nedonet wrote the paper, is a 2014 paper. I mean, those guys, they're special. You have to give it to them. They're special. They're not. They are very atypical. You won't get bored with them. When they speak, if this is the kind of stuff. I mean, if they are all over the place like that when they speak, you can imagine when they write. But when they speak, you will not get bored. So Nedonet wrote the paper is a 2014 paper. Nubian Numeral wrote almost a decade ago. So the guy's like, talking about almost a decade ago. When 2022, oh man, they've given us already a field year. So Netanyahu wrote in the 2014 paper, he stated that you must have a determinative, and he still argues that to date. Nubian Numeral wrote this community has been turned into a mockery. Mongezi wrote they totally ignore grammar rules in their argumentation. Gideon wrote Shalom, forever. We need to have a bill on Hebrews one of these times. Well, anytime. It will not be this evening because I have a few quotes to go through. But whenever I'm live streaming, feel free, But here you're gonna need to use the webcam if you want to get on the panel, but otherwise you can use the chat. But we can definitely talk about the Hebrews. I don't know if you found any records of Hebrews in history. If you have, please feel free, because I have never seen any records of Hebrews in history. And when I'm talking about history, I'm talking about ancient history. Let's say 1000 BC. 1000 BC, and not just Gideon, but anybody. If you know records of Hebrews in history, 1000 BC, let me know. I'm interested. Nubian Numeral wrote, "Who wants to do 10-hour live? They mean in the culture." Nubian Numeral was asking Gideon if he really wants to smoke. We had a discussion before already. I mean, he left. He left, but it's okay. He told me that I hate God. That was on Chris Harris MVP's channel. Chris MVP Harris channel. I actually re-uploaded that part when we talked. But I don't have a problem with Gideon. Simon wrote, "Put him on the spot. I remember typing it in the chat." So Nethernet wrote, "Uja, who makes his own grammar rule." Mangezi wrote, "Please share link to that video you discussed Chem as a title." Oh, I've shared it, but I will share it again. I'm gonna share it again in the chat. Simon wrote, "He does some lousy memes on the language. Sometimes you have to be careful with his information." Nubian Numerals wrote, "Stay on the next Shaka." Then wrote, "He's saying that Chem is a title when it's an adjective modifier, primary adjective." Osamka said it's on Smash channel. It is indeed. Osamka wrote he didn't name one. He didn't name one single person that actually have the same stance as those two. But yes, it is on Smash channel, and actually you can see on the video around the bottom it says full video on the YouTube channel Smash Rockwell, and I think if I minimize it, I might have the link. Yes, the link is there, the full link. Well, actually, you know what? I share the full link. Oh, but it's okay.
As for Arabic,
timestamp. I have the timestamp, so I'm gonna go back. But Smash's video is like 6 hours.
Press 2.
But here, Smash Rockwell's full video with the pseudos. Pseudo is kind. Some people say you have comprehension issues, you're slow, you're whatever. I mean, Oh, I received a super chat, and I recognize the username is Saint Chile. I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. I have to get that right. So as you can see here, Low Saint Chile sent me, a donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And others people can do the same. I'm saying? I don't mind. I don't mind. I've been doing this for 18 years. I've been combating pseudos, from the time of Dr. Wesley Muhammad. And the dude had a PhD. I went at him. Didn't bother me. He had a PhD. He dissed Kemet and Ma'at. I went at him, and he backed down. So something I can be proud of, because he's the one who challenged me to a debate. I accepted. We spoke about it. But when I quoted these non-black scholars, he realized, oh damn, you can see through my game. I don't want to get embarrassed. And he did the Usain Bolt. He has a right to run. I run sometimes. I go to the gym. I run. It keeps you healthy. So Mongezi wrote less than 10 out of how many? Leonard wrote, here, Wuja is making up narratives by guessing and ignoring proper grammar rules. Mongezi is asking the name of the show, but I've shared the link already. Nethernet wrote, Wu Jiao clearly sees that he messed up by saying that Kem is a title. Well, I think he knew he messed up. Because for those who would take the time to listen to the conversation, he kept trying to evade the point. And I would remind him on a regular basis. I will wait. I mean, it took patience. I will wait. Then I'll be like, so you said you will show us that Kem is a title. Can you show us? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show it. I had to remind him so many times. You could have just said, okay, well, I need to have more information on that, or it might not be correct. But those guys, their ego is like off the chain. It's up the roof. They've been natural laughing. Or Samka wrote, when you're in that pressure cooker, you make stuff up. See, brothers and sisters, be careful about the claims you make publicly. And if you're not sure, say I'm not sure, and don't try to validate the claim that you're not even sure about. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to say I don't know, or I'm not sure. It's all right. But this guy, man, for 3 hours, yeah, it's a title, it's a titulary, and after 3 hours, he admitted that he cannot demonstrate that. And those are the guys who give metal lecture lessons and label people pseudos and make fun. Wow, I have to turn to Scooby Doo, whatever. I mean, But anyway, Mungezi wrote, and then he continues the lie. Nedanet wrote, yeah, yes, he continues to lie. Nedanet wrote, insidious. No grammar rules in Egyptian support this stuff. Osam Khan wrote, they won't stand on that square ever. They switch the topic and start saying, I didn't say Kemet didn't mean that. Yeah, they like to say that. They like to say that. But we're going to deal with that today. We're going to deal with that today, brothers and sisters, And I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, for those of you who don't really know the meta nature, some of the things we say might go over your heads. I'm sorry if it does, But here, we have to deal with this, So it's not going to be very, very complicated, but I think you will sense that they're not clear at all. They're just really not clear, Nubian Numeral wrote, you have him on the ropes. Los and Chile wrote, he said that it was a titulary. That ain't even a word. A titulary might be a word. Titulary. It's archaic, but it's a word related to a title. Nethernet wrote, now everybody is seeing what I've been saying. And I know how you feel, Nethernet, because 2010/2011, I mean, the first time I spoke to Osahi Mofek, I knew that he was on some pseudo stuff. And for a decade, I've seen people hyped him up like he's the greatest, one of the greatest scholar ever. And now I know how it feels when you hear the guy being pseudo and you see many people following the dude and attacking you when you disagree with the dude, But that's the end of that era, They're still trying to normalize being pseudo, and they probably figure if we have enough pseudos, then we're gonna look good anyway. But no, come on, man. And now they're gonna disrespect scholars, PhDs. It's like a woman venting after they had the job. No, there's some limits now. Some limits. Mongezi wrote, what about those words equivalent to riparian in the same language / script? And then Eb said, I'm happy the community sees these grammar errors. Los and Chile wrote, I got to find it, but it was on this topic, titulary and a word. Samka wrote, there's one of those memes in the background. Samka wrote, Wesley doesn't even have his Islam correct. He remembers when I went to his mosque and schooled him concerning the equivalent to riparian The equivalent to riparian is iyat. Okay, that's two separate messages. I thought it was the follow up. I mean, they are repairing stuff, you know. Hey, good luck to them. So let's continue. Let's continue. What's the timestamp? Oh yeah, I had to go back. Yeah, he said I had the quote there. I'm gonna copy and paste it again. He said that care meaning black is a hypothesis and that no one has ever demonstrated that. I mean, that's a pseudo statement already. That alone. That's another pseudo statement. But you know, you need to hear it. Some of you just arrived recently. We have 23 people now, you know. So what was the timestamp for that one?
Nah.
Hold on, I can hear you.
Oh no, it's not here. Go forward. Some things you have to hear it to believe it. So
Just because
demonstrated
it's a consensus.
that's subjective. You know, you will say has not been deciphered. Well,
just
demonstrated.
because it's even meaning black is a hypothesis. Like no one's demonstrated that. But I want you to understand that it even meaning black is a hypothesis. Like no one's demonstrated that. But just describe it as a hypothesis. That's fine.
So it has not been
But
established.
I want you to understand that it even meaning black is a hypothesis. Like no one's demonstrated that.
you see, I played it 3 times. I want you to understand that it even meaning black is a hypothesis. Like no one has ever demonstrated that. He either said ever or even demonstrated that. Can meaning black is a hypothesis. No one has demonstrated that. That's pseudo. That is pseudo, brothers and sisters. But of course, we can consider that most Egyptologists in the world are wrong and those two are right. And it's funny because they are refuting Walter Williams. They are refuting Walter Williams. Because if we follow Walter Williams' logic, then everybody is wrong but him and whoever follows him. So with those two guys, those two pseudos, they are right and everybody else is wrong. When brothers and sisters, when you will learn the Meta Nature, when you will go to different books and you will see that Cam stands for black and you will see many different attestation, you will remember that one. You'll be like, hold up. That Medunet, teacher, Willinish Wuja said that Cam meaning black is a hypothesis that no one has ever demonstrated that. And he said that live on the air, not in the barber shop talking smack. Wow. I'm not going to be vicious this evening, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to be vicious. Los Angeles wrote they're taking correct obscure European positions. That's not even European positions. James B. Allen is of European descent. He's a PhD. And I've been saying page 9. I don't know why, but apparently it's actually page 5. But in the book Middle Egyptian by James B. Allen, you have Henenit Kem, which is translated as Henenit the Black. You know. Do you understand now, brothers and sisters, why Asahi Mofek said that Rikedi Amen was wrong by translating Kem as black? Our brother African Designs and Apparel asked him, you know, is she wrong about that? And he said, to me, yes. Well, of course, they're gonna say that everybody is wrong. Everybody that translates Kem as black is wrong. But damn, Smash put some work in with the TLA. How many attestations did we have? But it's all wrong because those guys said so. It's because they said so. But anyway, there's some more quotes, you know. Later on, brothers and sisters, you will understand how serious those claims are. Serious in the sense of um um not accurate, but like I'm lost for words, you know. I mean that can meaning black is a hypothesis. Wow. Let's continue.
over because when I mentioned earlier, it was because the book talked about it, then we kind of glossed over it. But
we also have to be careful of not committing a logical fallacy of appeal by authority. We always in when we have these types of situations, you have to always go with the primaries and deal with that. And just because, well, it's because they designated Nehesi as Negroes in the dictionary too, but that doesn't mean that's what the word Nehesi means.
You know what's funny? The irony. This is a Sahimo fake. It was this year on Smash Rockwell's panel, and he talked about Nehisi or Nehisu being translated as Negro. What did Uja did a few days ago? He started his argument from the outdated Birch translation of Negro for Nehisi instead of Nubian or people from the area that we call Nubia, because he even went on about Nubia. You see how life is ironic. So those two guys, they are actually contradicting each other now. So just for the record, let's listen to that again.
Just because, well, it's because they designated Nehesi as Negroes in the dictionary too, but that doesn't mean that's what the word Nehesi means.
But that doesn't mean that's what the word Nehesi means. But a few days ago, we heard what Uja did, and that's why I use the term Willie Lynch Wuja. That's the title of the video. Willie Lynch Wuja, and I might have added something else. But let's listen up. There's some more quotes.
So by appealing to authority, it doesn't help us in our case. We're always going to have to be able to examine the primaries. And so in this case, with when you actually see the depictions of him, you see his hair is pitch black as Kim, but not his body.
You see that other argument, the hair is pitch black, not the body. And during the conversation, I forgot if it was this one or on some other channel, but I told people, feel free to show me a human being, and that will be a black person, whose body is as black as his hair. I guess some people are going to go on Google image and look, Nubians, people, sub-Saharan Africa, they would look. But this is this argument, no? But that's not over. That's nothing. That's nothing right now.
Yeah.
Just
like me, basically, right?
Black doesn't mean jet black. You have different shades,
exactly.
Different and I think we're going to a different conversation.
It would be defined as Desher.
That's his I disagree with that.
That's what you're
saying. You making that up. You won't show no source on that. What I mean is show a person drawn with that hue describing themselves as Desher. We have one drawn with that hue.
No, there's no. Listen. It's not an issue of them calling themselves. I'm just saying, for logic's sake, if you are going to expand and include now the reddish brown color that they depict themselves in the range of Kim, then by definition, because that's the same color that they use to color the sun, that they color other cows, and it's called Desher and Desherette. And so you would have to, I'm not saying that that's my argument. I'm saying by logic, you would have to redefine Desher as black.
So
because that's the range, you know what I'm saying? So
see that guy, by logic, by logic. That's how he's trying to use his argument, putting some emphasis of this word, and thinking we're gonna fall for that.
Like we got to be careful of the arguments that we're making. Because we would have to adjust and change other things for which we're allegedly more solid on.
Well, Asar, and peace to you. Now, I agree. You don't feel that it stands for Cam meaning black, that it doesn't stand for the color. I understand that. Now,
no, I can vouch that it probably means black, but this is what Ujahu was saying. He's already agreed to that. What he's saying is that it's not describing his physical phenotype.
Boom. 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 Get serious now. Get serious now. Hope it's all gonna fit. There it is. It all fits. Sahimofek wrote, said, I can vouch that it, and we're talking about Chem and the I6 glyph, because they like to talk about other glyphs. The one that we have in Kemet, the one that's on the cover of their book. He wrote, I can vouch that it probably means black, but this is what Wuja is saying. He's already agreed to that. What he's saying is that it's not describing his physical phenotype. So he's in here talking about, I wrote that in my book in 2014. But what is he telling us there? What is his stance? Oh yeah, it means black, but that's not that's the phenotype. So they're very careful with their words. William Lynch Wuja kept saying he's not talking about his physical description or physical appearance. Sahimofek used the term phenotype because they're being very careful not to use the term color. It sounds better if they say it's not describing his color. Chem is a color. The I6 glyph. I mean, everybody can look up the term Kemet and see what they say. They say, it's the black land, the color of the soil, blah, blah, blah. But they're trying to reinvent the wheel. Now, Samka wrote, Desher is red, Kem is black. What is he talking about? Now, he switched his stance. From what he said earlier, yes. Oh, already in my book in 2014. So, for those who have not peeped game, brothers and sisters, they would agree that Chem means black, yes, but for them, the black doesn't stand for the color. It doesn't stand for the phenotype. I mean, Chem is not a phenotype. They're being very careful with the words, but you have to be a bit seasoned to peep game. So, just for the benefit of the court, I'm gonna listen to that part again and move on.
Means black, but this I can vouch that it probably means black, but this is what Ujahu was saying. He's already agreed to that. What he's saying is that it's not describing his physical phenotype. And there are other I released my book on this in late August, and I'm going to show a bunch of names with people who have color designations in their name other than Kim, and how they all are associated with occupations.
It's getting real interesting now. And real interesting now. Sahimofek said, I'll release my book on this in late August, and I'm gonna show a bunch of names with people who have color designations in their names. Now he uses the term color amazingly. Other than Chem, and how they are all associated with occupation. So apparently he will show, maybe he will show Chem being occupation as well, but he says he will show color designations in their names other than Chem, and they're associated with occupation. That's what Ujao was trying to demonstrate with Chem being a title or titulary for 3 hours, and then he couldn't. So there's a book that's going to come late August. We'll see. Well, actually, dang, it's September now. It was this year. That conversation was this year, September now. Now I saw him showing his upcoming book, and he said 2023. Anyhow, I love people like that. Oh yeah, I'll show you the source tomorrow. I'll show you the source next week. I was a bit busy. I do a lot. I critique the work of PhD, so I'm busy. So, well, it's going to be 2023. Samka wrote, there's a lot of titles. Black wasn't one of them, not to my knowledge. October bought to roll around my brother. October about to roll around my brother. So, for the benefit of the court, we'll just listen to that part again. The system go in my book 2014. Always first, Cam probably means black, but it doesn't have anything to do with the phenotype. And then, well, actually, you have the titles. All of these to save their book. I mean, you can let go of that book and write some other books. It's not the end of the world. But anyway, it's all good. Let's listen to it.
For other than Kim, with people, I'm going to show a bunch of this in late August, and I released my book on this in late August, and I'm going to show a bunch of names with people who have color designations in their name other than Kim, and how they all are associated with occupations.
Let's move on.
Can hear you, Joe.
Okay, yeah. So this is the actual photograph of one of the scenes that we were showing in the book, in the black and white book.
Now, just so you understand, 3 hours he was trying to demonstrate that Cam is a title, but it doesn't stand for black or color or physical appearance or phenotype. I mean, they have all this vocabulary. So then he was like, okay, let me pull the visual evidence and let's listen to his argument.
Mm-hmm.
And so so now that we're on this point, these people are depicted, their hair is using the pigment, the normal pigment that used throughout the 3,000 plus years in Kemet for black. So their hair is actually painted black. Their skin color is the same color that they use for 99% of all ancient Egyptian adult males, which is not black.
Which is not black. He used to be a Nubian, and Nubians are Moors. So Nubian, United Nubian Nation of Moors, and Moors don't like to use the word black to refer to us. No. So another quote: "Their hair is actually painted black. Their skin color is the same color that they use for 99% of all ancient Egyptian adult males, which is not black." Nubian numeral is asking what reference is he using, Shaka? I don't know. I don't even know if he ever been to Kemet, because for him to say 99% of all ancient Egyptian adult males, he must have been around and traveled quite a fair bit, Has he ever traveled outside of America? But it's okay. I'm not going to fault anyone for not traveling outside of their country. So let's continue this some more. There's some more. Don't worry. They're going to be, very clear about their stance. Trust me.
Now we get here and we see.
No, you didn't listen. We said from the get-go, our exact words were reddish brown.
I'm gonna rewind it on my phone.
Hue.
On
you
my
can
phone.
rewind it, and you're going to be like, "Oh, my bad."
Okay, well, you might have. I mean,
we have this discussion all the time.
I hear you,
and
bro.
we consciously always say a reddish, dark brown, or a reddish tint or hue. It's in the color. It's in the range of red and reddish brown. We talk about this all the time.
You definitely got around to saying that. I'm not taking that from you, but
so Simon Fake said, "We said from the get-go our exact words were reddish brown, a reddish hue. We consciously always say a reddish dark brown or a reddish tint or hue. It's in the color. It's in the range of red and reddish brown. We talk about this all the time. Red, reddish, 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 reddish. Okay, fine. There's some more. Let's continue.
You know, Osam Mutep, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I understand you correctly, earlier you said that you don't totally rule out that the chem might stand for black. Is that correct?
I was repeating Ujawu.
Okay, so now if I ask you on the artifact that we have seen, do you rule out that it doesn't mean chem, or like we translate in English, the black, regardless of what it might mean? Are you of the opinion that it stands for title?
Yes.
He was hesitant for a reason. So it's so good for him to say, I wrote that in my 2014 paper. I asked him, are you of the opinion that it stands? Okay, it did not catch the whole stuff in one comment. So I asked him, are you of the opinion that it stands for a title? And his answer was, yes. So he's of the opinion that the chem glyph stands for a title, not black the color, because they are being slick. So yes, he's black, but it's not the color. So we need to make that clear because they are disingenuous. And they might be taking us for idiots in a process as well, but you know. So there you have it. You know, so good to act like, oh, we are misrepresenting them, we're putting words in their mouth, we are misquoting them, we don't read. They both have the same stance. Chem, the I6 glyph, is a title. Brand new claim. Brand new claim. They apparently have the skill set to evaluate those claims. So good. Did we see any methodology? How did they come to that conclusion? Well, you see the hair jet black, you know, there's no same with the body. All right, that's scholarship. Okay. All right, great. Let's continue. So if chem stands for a title, it is therefore not a color. You know, I'm sure that's clear. So I will put it back and let it play.
We translate in English the black. You rule out that it doesn't mean chem, or like we translate in English the black, regardless of what it might mean. Are you of the opinion that it stands for a title?
Yes.
All right. So
unless you have some kind of historical precedent in which this would designate him as the black, and in contrast to who else, who are the other folks who are not the black? Why is this person so special that he has to be labeled the black, but not everybody else is the black?
See, that's y'all looking at it wrong,
this is the
not
context
us.
and the question that you should be asking. Why is he randomly the black?
That's
and
you looking at it
everyone else
wrong.
is not the black.
That's you looking
I'm not
at it
looking
wrong,
at it
not
wrong.
us. So when a person,
that's your personal stance here.
Yeah, that's your stance.
It's not
Go
a
ahead.
stance,
Let me say
it's a
something.
question.
Look,
You know the
this,
difference
how
between a
about in the
stance
case
and a
of something we agree on?
But the thing is that if I understand you correctly, you're ruling out that it stands for the black.
I didn't rule out anything. I asked the question.
Okay. My question is this: according to you, does the chem stand for the black, as we say in English when we translate it, or does it stand for a title?
That's not even a logical question.
Yeah, no, but come on, don't start with that. Let's keep it.
That's the argument tonight.
No, listen to what he asked. Because you're trying to make this a or thing. Does it mean, because it could simultaneously mean black and still be a title. They're not
But
opposing
it ain't a
concepts.
title,
That's
though.
why
Y'all
it's
made that
an
up. It ain't a
illogical
title,
question.
but it ain't a title. Y'all made that up. Ujahu ain't pulled out no source, and you ain't got one either. Period.
And you ain't pull a source, that say that it's an
Exactly.
adjective that's
But-
doing
but-
It
black
is an
evil.
adjective. I did pull a source on that, and I'm gonna pull it again. I pulled a source on that. It was J.P. Allen. Stop lying.
Hold on.
No,
I know
pulled
for
a
a
source
fact
on
that
that.
you
It was
cannot
J.P.
pull up
Allen.
an example with any of the color determinatives in his
See?
name
Y'all
to
wrong.
designate.
I pulled a
Pull it
source,
up.
Asar.
With his.
I don't know if you caught that. I hope I have the text. Now, Sorum wrote, now what Wuja brought up isn't logical. We have James Powell wrote, I'm late, but I'll catch a replay, no problem. Ngozi wrote, go watch the videos and then put out this week. He rebutted foolish of their skin not being black people. Indeed. So I hope I have the text because he talked about the determinative. I did not write it, but let's listen up. Let's go back.
An example.
I know I have. Hold on. I know I have it somewhere. There it is. I'll have it there. So that's what he said. After saying, why is he randomly the black and everyone else is not the black? I mean, coming with some talking points. But here, what he said is, I know for a fact that you cannot pull up an example of, hold on, let's listen up.
Source on that.
Say that it's an adjective that's doing black
It is
evil.
an adjective. I did pull a source on that, and I'm gonna pull it again. I pulled a source on that. It was J.P. Allen. Stop lying.
Hold on.
I pulled a source on that. It was J.P.
Pull up
Allen.
an example with any of the color determinatives.
With any of the color determinative. I'm gonna do it again. He said, I know for a fact that you cannot pull up an example with any of the color determinatives in his name to designate, put it up. So first he goes, oh, they say, we said if there's no determinative, the lock of hair. And then what does he say after? When they are in the rows in the corner, well, you cannot put up any example with the color determinatives. Those guys, they probably forget what they're saying. But there you cannot hear it very clearly because there's several people talking at the same time. But if you check carefully, this is what he said. I'm very confident with that. Very confident with that. So there's something I want you to hear.
In his name.
Y'all
to
wrong.
designate.
I pulled a source, Asar.
Listen to what I said. With any of the color color determinatives that ends the argument. There are no color.
Hear that? Now it's saying, listen to what I said. With any of the color designation, color determinatives, that ends the argument. And the lock of hair that he talked about earlier, hold on. Gonna have to go back, but I just stopped. It's very important.
F science, right? Read that. and they're still deeper.
Yeah.
Variations that I see is like they're still just these. So what is it? I'm melted because all of the like they're still arguing. Just make up arguments. Capo Chichi is making arguments saying that I said that there is no Kim variations, meaning black, without the hair hieroglyph.
Now, brothers and sisters, do you know what the hair hieroglyph is? Do you know what the hair hieroglyph is? The hair hieroglyph is Gardner's reference D3, which is amongst other a determinative for skin. In Gardner's Egyptian grammar, page 552, we have the word iyun, transliterated with the letter I, W, and N. Some might use the letter J instead of the letter I. The reed leaf and the hare, or if you prefer, the rabbit. The water ripple and the determinative reference D3, the lock of hair or hair hieroglyph, as the theorist said. I think he doesn't remember what he states. You know? Let's go back to the other video.
I mean, listen to what I said. With any of the color designation, color determinatives that ends the argument. There are no color determinatives.
It's not
so
no color determinative when they talking about the black land. So you made that. If Kemet mean the black land as the fertile soil, show me the color determinative in that.
Kemet the black land is something totally different than this guy Kim's name.
But no.
He said Kemet the black land is different than the Kemet this guy's name. It's the same glyph.
Kim is the root of both of them, and you ask for a determinative.
An example of Pepe Me Kim with any kind of color determinative in his name that you can eliminate all the other homographs.
No, that's not how research works.
Kim designates.
You have to go look at other instances where we definitely know they're talking about a color black, and we don't have a color determinative there either. Like when they're talking about black or. Not when they're talking about black or.
That are using the word Kim for black.
Not when they're talking about black or. You made that up, and you was. What's the color determinative?
First of all, for black,
first of all, what? I asked a simple question.
Listen,
what is the color determinative?
You can't interrupt me while I'm answering the question and then say I'm not answering the question.
Come on.
So
what's
here
the
it
color
is.
Determinative?
You have two color determinatives in this instance. For Kim Black, it is the hair, the D3 determinative, the falling out hair with the curl at the end.
But keep going.
Hold on. So now, and then you also have the pellet glyph. And the pellet glyph is the general term that is used for many of the other color designations as well. It's the general color determinative glyph. You will never find any of the names with any of those determinatives that definitive that is dealing with a color.
Nah, you
are guessing.
No, it gets even more interesting. Yeah, my 2014 paper, I wrote it. You know, this guy is saying that, you know. He said, you will never find any of the names with any of those determinatives that is dealing with a color. You are guessing. The up guessed, we are guessing. Mongezi wrote, you're bound to forget when you lie so much. Hence, I said the other day, they always contradict themselves. Yes, they do. Osamka wrote, he's trying to create his own rules in Medunature law. What rule is that? Osahim or fake? And why would that appear in a name? What Medunature rule is that? Yes, what Medunature rule is that? They don't have any rules. They make stuff up as they go. They're gonna make fun of Brother Ong because allegedly he said that Mboli is the one who came up with the. They say that Mboli is the one who came up with Negro Egyptian, and they went on and they went on and went on and they went on. Now what else is he gonna say?
You are
You know what
making
else you will
up
never
that it is
do?
Kim.
You will never find nothing called black. A lot of things called black, like Kemet, the black land, it never has that determinative. So that
Which
contradicts
means that
everything
you
you
can
said.
never, and I'm glad that you admit it. I need you to stop right there so we can pause it, so we can have a
Yeah,
time
stop right
stamp,
there
so we can
because you're
chop it up.
incorrect about what the
No, because
determinative means.
you would never, ever find a Kemet designation in any papyrus or any artifact with the color determinative, but you will find Kemet with all other types of determinatives.
But let me ask you,
Never a
because
color
it's not about
determinative.
no
Not
color. We
one.
know what Kim
There's
means. So
zero
what does Kim
instances.
mean?
Now here, this is what he said. And see, Nubian numeral wrote busted. Indeed, busted. Now he did not catch the whole comment. You will never, ever, ever find a Kemet designation with any papyrus or any artifact with the color determinative, but you will find Kemet with all other types of determinatives. Never a color determinative. Not one. There's been zero instances. And Osamka wrote now, he just admitted to what I asked. Well, my paper in 2014. Yes, they would tell you it means black, but for them, black doesn't stand for color. So, I'm going to show you something because those guys keep on talking about red, reddish, reddish brown, you know. Which one was it? Which one was it? Share the link. Oh, that's the one. That's the one. So if I go towards the end, I will have the links. So if I go up, there it is. So reddish, reddish, reddish brown, reddish, 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 reddish. The video that I'm sharing right now is entitled Ancient Egyptians Black Like You Rarely See. It's the tomb of Ini. Let's have a look together. Reddish, 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 reddish brown, reddish, 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 reddish.
Greetings. Muzio Egizio. This is another intact tomb. Just like it says here, this is the tomb of Ini. Look at the color of the individuals on the boat. Dark brown. Now, what I haven't found yet is a date. Now, the glyphs look beautiful. Let's read the description. The whole burial assemblage clearly shows the evolution of funerary customs in this period. But you know what? Let me just read this description. I'll read it for you. It says the year 1911 was a very fortunate one for the excavations of the Italian archaeological mission of the Turin Museum at Ghibelline, a site 30 kilometers south of Luxor. That year saw the excavation of the large painted tomb of the pharaoh treasurer, and chief of troops Iti and his wife Neferu, the discovery of numerous pre-dynastic burials, and exploration of an intact tomb dating to the 5th dynasty, which yielded 5 coffins and a rich funerary assemblage on February 26 at dusk. The Egyptian workers discovered a new intact tomb. Virginia Rosa, Schiaparelli's collaborator, entered a rock-cut chamber at the bottom of a vertical funerary shaft, where he found the burial of a high-ranking individual named Ini. Thanks to Rosa's notes, now in the museum archives, we can accurately reconstruct the original position of every object in the tomb.
Reddish brown, brothers and sisters. Was that reddish brown?
You might have seen videos like this before.
Was that reddish brown, brothers and sisters? There's another one. This one is from the museum in Denmark. Dang. I should have hit pause. It's okay, I won't be long. So it's a museum in Denmark. 2000 BC. That's 4,000 years old. 4,000 years ago. Let me put this in the chat. Yes, that's the one. So here in the chat, see that? Black Egyptians in Denmark's museum, tomb of Wajet Hotep, 2000 BC. Greetings, Iptotech Museum in Denmark's capital of Copenhagen. And once again, some dark brown Egyptians that you don't usually see. Let me first show you the reference. Bear with me. There it is, reference 1572. And this is a granary from the tomb of Wajet Hotep at Sedment, made of wood, circa 2150 to 2050 BC. This is once again 4,000 years old. And we can see how over time the color is fading away. We can see that here. We can see that on this guy's right arm. We can also see that on all of these individuals' heads, the black color has faded away. So sometimes you see some statues, you see the color of this arm there, you see some statues with that color, and it's just because the original coloring has faded away. And after 4,000 years, it's not a surprise. So I was talking very low because there was not many people, so I didn't want to be too loud. Usually, in museums you have quite a fair bit of people, so you can speak, with a normal voice or volume. But the importance is what you're saying. Was that reddish brown to you, brothers and sisters? Now this one here, Mungesi wrote, and you will be releasing that book soon with outdated info. Now this one here, the video is entitled "Blackest Ancient Egyptians You Ever Seen, Tomb of Shebes." I've shared that before, but some of you haven't seen it. Interestingly enough, a few times we were told that
this hairstyle was actually a wig, but here it doesn't look like a wig. But anyway,
Does it look reddish brown to you, brothers and sisters?
this is the Museo Egizio, and I will show you the reference for all that you see here. All of this comes from a tomb. Look at the cane or staff. Those two have one. Look at those navigators. Look at their color.
Are they reddish brown, brothers and sisters?
This is a tomb of Shemes, and it says 1908. In Assyria, the Egyptian workers hired by the Italian Archaeological Commission discovered the intact tomb of an official named Shemes. Its rich grave goods are presented in this showcase in what was probably their original arrangement. Two rectangular coffins belong to Shemes and to a woman named Rehu Er. I'm sorry, Rehu Erausen, possibly his wife. They carry the typical decoration with two wedged eyes on the left alongside inscriptions with the names of the deceased and ritual invocations of offerings. A third coffin found in the tomb, not displayed, belonged to a man named Idi. It is only slightly earlier, being datable to the late First Intermediate period. The tomb contained many clay vases and vase stands, along with three model boats and two statues depicting the striding deceased with a long staff in his left hand and a scepter in his right hand.
La plupart des gens.
See, many brothers and sisters don't see depictions like that, you know. Now, I want you to hear this. I haven't shared the screen. Let me do that now. I will see you and me, Sister Fair, with this. I'll check it out some other time, all right?
All right. So I'm going to reiterate my personal stance. And my personal stance is based on the evidence and the realities. Okay.
His stance is based on the evidence and the realities. Like when it took him 3 hours before he admitted that he couldn't demonstrate that Cam is a title.
So here's the stance. Nobody in antiquity, no one in antiquity was walking around using the modern social constructs of race.
Now he's being so slick now. You know those people who say, race is a social construct. Nobody in antiquity, no one in antiquity was walking around using the modern social construct of race. That sentence is not precise enough, because in antiquity there will be nothing modern. But he's talking about the construct of race. How does he know people in antiquity didn't have the construct of race? The Book of Gates, what is it labeled as, described as? Sometimes they use nations, sometimes they use races, you know? So we're not talking about race, are we? We're talking about color, Cam, black. But he's slick. He's very slick. So he said that, and that's it. Like Walter Williams says, the murder nature has not been deciphered. It will never be deciphered. And that's it. So now, William H. Wuja is saying nobody in antiquity was walking around using the modern social construct of race. And that's it. And then if you tell him you disagree, well, we dealt with that. We addressed that already. You're committing a logical fallacy, anachronism, blah, blah, blah. Now, so indeed, he's flip-flopping because we talked about the color black, but now he's talking about race. Very slick. But he's going to use one of our elder scholar, one of our ancestors, one of a scholar that we love a lot.
Yes, indeed. So upward movement means progress. Okay. Now.
Oh, wrong place. I hope I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted.
Okay. Let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. Don't make them black. Don't make them white. Just let them be the Remech. The Remech. So I want everybody to go to sleep on this. The Remech are the Remech. Just say that.
Just say that. They're not black. They're not white. His stance is that they were not black. Right. We got it, but he stated it for the record. You know, because I've heard it before say the ancient Egyptians are not black. Now he's using the term Remech. It sounds better. It sounds better, doesn't it? Many people don't know what the Remech stands for. You know, so he needs backup. So he mentioned. Oh no, he hasn't mentioned it yet. Keep listening.
The Remech are the Remech, because what that's going to do is going to force you to learn the Remech. It's going to take your attention off of trying to make them black, because there's no information. There's nothing to dissect there. You make them black, then what? You still ain't learn about them. And as Dr. John Henry Clark said in the video I played, the whole black thing is a temporary thing anyway. Move on to more important things.
And you know, it's strange when he says, "You make them black, then what?" We don't make nobody. This is the text. Somebody says, "Read the text. Read the text." This is the text. This is Cam. This is a translation by most Egyptologists in the world. But they have this claim of riparian land / riparian country, so they have to change the definition or meaning of Cam. It's sad. It's real sad. We see that in real time, and it's been going on for a little while. Black Egyptian wrote that I met you, but said I met you, but it's okay. Were black, but he said they were not. He said they were not. So now he needs backup. He's using um John Henry Clark. The whole black thing is a temporary thing. Anyway, move on to more important things. I see our brother Radio one. I'm gonna let you just say a few words because I have a few other quotes to go through, but feel free, brother, please.
Oh yes, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, brother. Feel free to speak.
Yes. Yeah, I was watching. Just to let you know that I'm old. That little altercation the other day. I'm over that. So yeah.
I know at the end you told him no hard feelings. So
yeah. But yeah, I'm listening, man, and like and I have to say, like Wujawu makes no sense when he says that stop making the commissions black and just let commissions be the commissions. Okay, but last time I checked, we African Americans in America and black people all over have brown skin complexions, just like the Egyptians, but yet we are called black. So what is he trying to say? Is he trying to say the Egyptians are some brown skinned white people? Come on.
They're playing trick. They have talking points. So it's as if like black is jet black. If it's not jet black, it's not black. It's reddish brown.
Oh man, yeah. See that makes no sense. Because if you're saying that the Egyptians are not black because they're brown skinned, well, then you're going to have to stop calling African Americans black, because most of us, we have the same color as the Egyptians. It's like these guys are trying to tell us that, stop being yourselves. You're not allowed to be yourselves. Be somebody else. And we know that the Abrahamic believers, they're trying to force this identity on us. They're trying to force this Israelite, and this Abrahamic faith identity on us, saying that no, don't follow your African ancestors, don't follow Egypt. That stuff is pagan and all that. And you got these Hebrew Israelites trying to make it seem like they trying to keep our identity hidden, but truth be told, they want us to be the Israelites. They want us to be the Bible followers. The Islamists. They want us to be a Muslim. They want us to turn against our ancestors and follow their religion. So yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. And like, I know when I do my videos, I get asked the question, well, brother, why you put Egypt in your videos? And I say, well, the reason why, because I'm dealing with the Greek text. If I'm dealing with the Greek text, I'm going to put Egypt, but I'm still going to put Kemet in parentheses. If I'm dealing with the Metanetter, then I'll put Kemet, then I'll put Egypt in parentheses. But yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. And also, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here. But I got asked a question about the Book of Gates from the tomb of Seti.
Mhm.
And I got asked the question, okay, now if the Egyptians are portraying themselves as black as the Nubians and calling themselves the Red Mets, but they're portraying themselves as black as the Nubians, but yet on their tomb walls they're showing themselves as dark reddish brown or brown skin. So and like, well, how do you explain that? Because it's like saying two different things. Like, they're showing themselves as brown skin, but yet they're portraying themselves as black on the Book of Gates. And my best explanation for that is that the Egyptians, they are trying to tell us that their ancestors, that the original Egyptians were black like the Nubians. It's like they're trying to tell us that, no, these Asiatics, we have nothing to do with them. Those are not our people. We have no relation to them. We're but they're saying that our ancestors are our closest kin is the Nubians to the south. So it's like they're saying that no, we are not these Asiatics who came into Egypt from the north and became quote unquote suntan Caucasians. That's what they like to say. They like to say that the Egyptians were some people from Asia, and they got darker because they got suntan, and they label them as suntan Caucasians. But when you look on the Book of Gates, it's saying that no, that is not the case. We came from the south. We our complexion is natural. It's not because we suntan Caucasians. It's because we're melanated Africans. And that's what I get off of that.
Brother, we have to be cautious, however, of making interpretations if we don't have the text. So that's a proposition. That's who knows?
Oh yeah.
That might be a possibility. But
that's my
however,
opinion.
if we look at black people worldwide, indeed we have different skin tones. Not all black people are
Yeah.
jet black. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
those guys, I took some time so far, and I still haven't finished. But with this reddish brown, I'm done. They went out of their way to get out of the meaning of black. Out of their way. What's up, Nev?
Peace, peace.
Peace, brother. Hotep Sen.
Yes, but yeah, that's because if they had saw themselves closer to the Asiatics, then they would have put Red Mech on the Asiatics instead of a Nubian. So and that's why I gave you that interpretation, and that's it is my opinion, but I see it's opinion that makes sense, based on what the tomb shows. But Yeah, definitely. But yeah. I want to take off here, man, because I don't want to be too long, man. So
Yeah, but thanks for calling, brother. I appreciate that. I
yes,
appreciate that.
indeed, yes. Peace out, brother. Peace.
Peace, brother. Yeah, no, feel free to speak. And I'm planning on showing some other stuff that they've said, but just feel free.
Okay, I just um I love your show, man. I'm gonna donate to you later on.
Appreciate it.
I have an inscription to answer the question without giving opinion. We can look directly to the text. So I'm gonna share the tomb of Nakawu Isi, the Mastaba tomb of Nakawu Isi. See, this is what these guys don't do. They don't, they pseudo. See, I told people it's the pseudo age. They were in the pseudo age. They were up under Dr. York. I told people that, like, when we was coming up, everybody had 1,000 titles. You had people that was geneticists. They was from another galaxy. They were linguists. They were all in one. So they brung that from the Nawapian, the pseudo age they tried to cross bounds with the pseudoisms to scholarship. That's what I seen. They even fashioned the way they make books like Dr. York. If you notice, they got 1,000 books. What scholar write that many books? That's a lot of books, man. When you're writing scholastic books, man, and you're getting your books in peer review systems like you're saying, like I'm saying, every scholar is saying in the world, they don't have that many books. Wallace Budge was an anomaly. He was just like a genius type, Wallace Budge.
Indeed.
So he was trained when he was a kid in scholarship by the best scholars in the world. Wallace Budge was. A lot of people are not like Wallace Budge, man, on Einstein to produce that many books like that. Unless you're Dr. York, you're just getting your books up. But anyway, I'm not going to be long because I got to go back to school. Sorry. But I'm going to share this inscription.
Yeah, feel free to share. And regarding what our brother Ned just said, usually in academia, I like when they put the book title. I don't really like to go to the footnote, but they will put the name of the author, they will put his last name, and they will put the year, because usually they don't release more than one book a year,
Thank
so
you.
that's the way they get down.
Yes.
And I'm glad you're sharing this website, because that's where I got this artifact there behind. I thought it was from a tomb. That website says that it's in the Louvre Museum, and I can tell you, brothers and sisters, it is not on display. I've been to the museum. I had the membership card. It's not on display, and you have to wonder why. But go ahead, brother Ned. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there it is.
Now we about to do some tests here, make it bigger. Pretty much y'all know about the TLA. Y'all know Nakao Isi is in the TLA. It's two Nakao Isis. You got his father and his son. Everyone should already know that. Or do I have to go to the TLA? Let me know if I'm confusing you. Do I gotta go to the TLA, etc., etc. Right? We about to go down. Okay. His son is called Nakao Isi the Black, or in the TLA, they say dark-skinned. So it can be dark-skinned to black because it's an adjective modifier. We know that when an adjective modifier is observed in back of anything, right, it turns into brown, black, red, brown, anything that's dark, even probably dark blue. Anything that has darkness to it is called a Kim. When it's to these people, now let's look at these people. Nakawu Isi Kim. This guy is called the dark-skinned. I want people to know that. About to look at his inscription. Okay, here. Okay. Now I'm about to share it. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
We about to see red, brown Egyptians calling themselves black. The spectrum of Kim, they try to make it seem like it's racial. We trying to make we're not using race here.
No,
we're
talking
using
about
what
color.
they called themselves.
Yes.
That's it. I'm not trying to put white supremacist racism context in this ancient time. It's ridiculous. Who does that? We're just saying that in the grammar, we find Egyptians calling numerous Egyptians, not just one, hundreds of them calling themselves black before the group word, which is the Nisbi adjective that's found in Unis and Old Egyptian. Before they formed that group of blacks, they were individually calling themselves black. Whether a person may want to disagree, they get mad, they cuss me out. It doesn't matter to me. We see the inscriptions. Now watch this. We about to go to the inscription. About to share it here. Sorry. About to share this. See this, people? Oh, we have an inscription here. All right. All of these, majority of these are the family members of this big guy. You see his complexion. It's reddish brown. Even though it may be darker, like I told people that they have scraped off some of the color to some of these figures to make them light skinned. Yes, they did that. They use techniques that sometimes destroy the pigmentation of these groups. I have peer review that proves that it's a racist, that they are doing racist things to these items, destroying the iconography to all of them, not just facsimiles or what I call fascist mouth. Not just them. They're doing this to everything. See, this is real. I have a peer review on it.
That Manu Mpim one.
Huh?
The Manu Mpim that you shared, right?
Yeah. He got 3 volumes of them destroying the color tone. So if you're saying a reddish black, a reddish Egyptian, yo, I think you should question that. I mean, really so, because I'm not looking at I'm looking at these things as being 1,000 years, 2,000 years old. So some of the color going to be faded. If it's fresh, it is going to be black as hell. I'm telling you. I went to so many museums. It's a shame, right? I have video footage of museums of all of this stuff. And when you look at these artifacts close up, they are faded. Sometimes they look like they have been brushed to make lighter. Even I observed that. So let's focus here. Let's just play around and say these are reddish brown, even though we know this is like the original skin tone. But let's say we're looking at the skin tone now like Ujabu. I mean Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch Wooge. Willie Lynch Wooge. Willie Lynch Wooge says that these majority of the Egyptians are reddish brown, and they are not the same color, or they are not black. See that it's a spectrum of black, just like how AAVE speakers in America has a spectrum of black. How my brother Afro Stally complexion is his complexion, he's black. How my complexion is my complexion, a brown and cinnamon brown, reddish brown is I am still considered black. If you have a dark brown brother like my little brother, he's the same mother and father, he is black as a shadow, and I came out like this, we are both black. Period. Even if they call me red in my family, which they do, they call me red in my family, I am still considered black. So this is a spectrum here, and where we find Nakawisi. Which one is Nakawisi? Because all of them the same got color, pigmentation. Now, when we look at Nakawisi, who is seen here where my hand is, do y'all know that he is called black in TLA? We about to check the TLA. Do you know Nakawisi is called black? You see how you get these guys, man. They reddish brown. He focused on this reddish brown, and then when we're looking at the TLA, we see that what are the characteristics of these people, the pigmentation of the people who are actually called dark-skinned in the TLA. The Kawisi is called dark-skinned in the TLA. See that? He's called dark-skinned. Nubians are called Kim as well. Why Nubians are called Kim? Why Nubians are called Kim? The Egyptians are called Kim. See that? Both groups are called Kim. You got a sister named Kim Sit. Kim Sit. Kim Sit
black woman.
Yes, it means black woman. Kim Sit means black woman. She's the wife of Mentuhotep. What her name is? Her name is an epithet. Kim Sit, black woman, black lady. What's her complexion? What is Kim Sit complexion? Dark brown. What is her ancestry? Nubian. See that? So Nubians are called Kim as well. When we look at the later dynasties, and we see that a African from the inner parts of Africa called an exotic, what is he described as? A Kim. So Kim describes African skin complexion. That's what Kim means. Now, when we look at here, Kim, we see that here, Nakao Isi, this son right here, is what? He's a Kim. Not because the Netanyahu said it, because of peer-reviewed data said it. Let's go to the peer-reviewed data. Nakao Isi, we all see his complexion. Let's not play games. We all see his complexion. Someone would say, no, he's not black. He's Caucasian because he had British brown. They painted the Nubians black. But I show Nubian tombs in the Sudan where they painted themselves lighter red than this.
I've seen
the Nubians painted themselves lighter than the Egyptians were actually blacker than the Nubians in most inscriptions I have seen. In most inscriptions. I swear to you, when we go to the Sudanic tombs, I can pull them up now if we have time. They skin complexion is lighter than the Egyptian. And they are black. They consider themselves black. So, as we see Nakao Isi here, the TLA translation, I say the black, it doesn't matter, the black, dark skin, it doesn't matter, still a descriptive adjective modifier that modifies Nakao Isi, saying that he is a black, a dark-skinned person. So his skin complexion is dark, it's reddish brown, could be darker, but I'm just saying right now, since people want to argue and play these color games, that even reddish brown folk are called black in Egyptian. That means that the color spectrum of Kim is not jet black. It goes from the range of reddish brown to regular brown to dark black. It's just like how AAVE speakers are today. Just how every black people around the world looks at color differentiations among themselves. Just as Proto-Bantu speakers, the hypothetical Proto-Bantu speakers 5,000 BC, or 5,000 years ago, the hypothetical Proto-Bantu have reconstructed terms for black people. For black people in Proto-Bantu, man. So, yo, these guys, man, I don't know their agenda, and I think you're right about the Moorish, because they're the only people that obviously argues us calling ourselves black. It's ridiculous, man. So this guy right here we are looking at calls himself black in inscription. So what we going to ignore this? Is anybody going to pull this up in the community? This is the problem, is that when people bring things, we got students, we got experts, we trying to show things. So this is going to be another case that's ignored, which is major. Nakao Isi is major because we can see Nakao Isi's skin color. This is the skin color in all of the tomb representations. If you look at the representations of Nakao Isi in this part, he is the same color in all of his tomb representations, exactly color, and he's reddish brown, but he's called a Kim. Can somebody explain that? And then we about to go to TLA and see actually his what the TLA says. So now we got the skin complexion, right? Let's go to the TLA real quick. You can build, brother. I'm just finding it at the TLA real quick.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's just this video is just taking me longer than I expected, but this is once in a while. I'm not planning on always quoting what they are saying, but here, actually they're gonna talk about us. They're gonna talk about you, about me, about Osam Carr, about Smash Rockwell. So I'm gonna have some commentary. I mean, is the historian, anthropological linguist. He's gonna be talking about us. Yes.
It's a shame, but I love what you're doing. I'm gonna try to slide you a donation today. I know how time is everything. You know what I'm saying? It's important.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right, we about to go to Nakau EC. We just seen the skin color. I want to make sure everybody is aware that we just seen Nakau EC skin color. Just want to make sure everybody is aware of his skin color. You still picture his skin in your head. Now we about to go to Nakau EC. It's a shame that they're doing this now. When they do that, they hide information like this. Information that people should be looking at and saying, yo, I'm going to use that. I want people to use this stuff in their studies. I want people to use it. I don't want people to just be on here. I want people to use it. We need people who submitting papers attacking our issues in scholarship. That's what we should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Let me. Yo, you can build, brother. I just want to find this. It might take me. I don't want to keep talking for a long period. You know, people don't like me, so you know how it go.
Well, you know, you can never please everybody. I mean, you know, there was a time I was being dissed. You know, now I know there's way more people now. There's 19 people. Earlier there were 30 people. But you know, I remember I used to last year. There was like, you know, maybe 5 people. I mean, that's, you just build your stuff up, you know. And the problem is the fence riders, man. You know, but you're doing your thing. You know, you're in the field. You know, and I'm about to do my thing as well. And that's lovely. I mean, we rely on the on I mean, I rely on the experts, yes, but I
That's
rely
right.
also on the primary text. So we read in the text, but some people, you know, want to make interpretation, but that's because they have an agenda. That's their book that they are trying to save, and they
Right.
know we have some people who are gullible. So they're gonna consider that, okay, those guys are knowledgeable, so I'm gonna listen. You know, sometimes I look at the comments when the historian, so-called linguist, is critiquing, you know, PhDs, and I read the comments and, oh yeah, great, and I'm like, man, do you realize this is an amateur? This is an amateur that's critiquing some professional in the field. Like, you know, come on, man, but it's all good. It's all good.
Sorry about that, bro.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just sit back and try to find it. It may take me time. I gotta hurry up. Back. I'm on my break.
All right.
You can
Well,
build.
you can share it some other time.
I mean, it's
Can share it.
important. I have to get it. Just
Yeah,
because
but
I
yeah,
want y'all
yeah,
to build on it.
yeah, just keep trying if you have time, and we'll see.
All right.
But yeah, brothers and sisters, I mean, it's not the most entertaining live stream that I've made, you know, but I think it's important, you know, because and lately, you know, you will hear the guy who is a self-proclaimed historian, you know, not just a linguist but historian. He's going to talk about hate, you know, like we hating on him, and I'm like, what? I mean, that's too much, man. We're supposed to agree with all his claims, you know. I like, you know, he gets a pass for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying? But when he goes around saying Dr. Obadele Campbell, his critique was like complaining.
Mm.
It's like a woman venting after her day at the job, and it seems like nobody has a problem with that. Like, it seems like the community thinks it is normal. You know, I don't know what Dr. Jahi Issa has to say about that, but you know, I'm sure Dr. Jahi Issa is a bit salty because their book has been refuted. But you know, I mean, there's some ways to do things. You know what I'm saying? That's not what people deserve after they spent years. You know what I'm saying? Studying to earn the title, and then you're gonna, you know, and I never heard him say stuff like that towards Europeans.
Right. They never said towards Europeans.
Like a woman venting after her day at the job.
And he was trying to help that, bro. That's why I didn't like it, because the Obadele Campbell didn't have to do all that.
And he took the time because people don't have the video, but you had one phone conversation. Then they say, okay, we do it another time. So and then they had another long conversation. But man, this guy, man, I mean, don't start none won't be none, because for him to say, I didn't see any work, any reconstruction of Yoruba and Akan, I'm gonna play it again for those who just arrived recently.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my point.
It's spoken right now. And what I did is I use IPA because Yoruba has its own orthographic system.
It's a convention for sounds. These are all symbols. That's the whole point of writing. They're just symbols to represent sounds. We understand that. The issue is that it's not attested in terms of a living.
So this is what I'm hearing as a lack of understanding. What you just said, you said I didn't reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Akan. He doesn't need to reconstruct Somali. He also doesn't need to reconstruct Hausa. But what he does need to reconstruct is the one that I'm saying that he did not reconstruct.
Here's the question.
Please, just hold on 1 second, because
I understand. Believe me, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you this.
Then let me make this last point, please. Just let me make this last point. So you're saying that I didn't reconstruct a language that is attested right now. You don't reconstruct languages that are attested right now. You write them down.
You see that, bro? Now hold up, bro. I got the text now. Let me. Okay. I got the text.
I understand. Trust me, I understand. Yeah.
I'm gonna share one day. I'm gonna share my courses, etc. And reconstruction, bro. That's how I knew years ago. When I heard that years ago, right? I knew it's time for me to separate myself from this guy and the guys he rolling with. This was the mark of my change, and I developed a strong relationship with Dr. Obadeli Cambone, and that right there, that if people listen to the whole thing though, that's just a little bit. But in that little bit right there, in school, we reconstruct proto-languages. There are different types of proto-languages. There are attested and unattested proto-languages, right? Hypothetical. Proto-languages are not real. He the one who brung Proto-Bantu as if it's real in this community. When I was telling people Proto-Bantu is not real, it's not nothing that's real, and these proto-languages are in fact not real. Yo, people, they had people calling me names. I'm not articulate. I'm stupid. It was all on them. I even had to try to get a lawyer because they were trying to ruin my career on the internet. It didn't work, but they were trying to do it. But he the one who brung that type of scholarship to these people. This is why I was fighting against it like that. Because he had everybody wanting to do pseudo-linguistics. And I'm going to tell people, when you go in a linguistic course, you're going to be doing pseudo-linguistics first. That's how you know what is pseudo-linguistics from what is not pseudo-linguistics. See, they teaches you on a progressive point until you pass the course or you graduate. So you're going to be doing, I'm talking about in the beginning stages. You might be comparing words that don't have IPA in it, just like how Dr. Campbell mentioned IPA. He don't even understand what IPA is. Most people don't. That's how I knew he's not a linguist. The only people that taught me about IPA was Dr. Ricchetti, who is a linguist, Dr. Sati, who is a linguist, Dr. Cambone, who is a linguist. IPA is important in studying Egyptian when comparing them to African languages. Ben told people that. I even had to learn. I tried to submit a paper where I got rejected because of that reason. The reason was why my paper was rejected is because I was comparing transliterations with living sound. Linguists, as I know now and know clear, 4 years ago, I knew once Dr. Cambone was teaching me, and then Dr. Ricchetti was like, yeah, Dr. Cambone's correct, I had to change the way I compare Medu Neter with African language. That is the most problematic issue that all linguists have. Afro-Asiatic linguists have that problem. African, Negro-Egyptian linguists have that problem because of no vowels. So linguists compare words, compare sounds, not orthographic letters. We compare sounds of a language, and the sound is represented by the International Phonetic Alphabet. See, the sounds that come from your larynx. In linguistics, we don't just study language, we study the human brain. The human part, certain parts of your brain contains language. We don't just study brain size and positions of your brain. We study early hominids, because the earlier when someone says that we didn't describe ourselves as black, you're saying that we are animalistic. Only an animal probably wouldn't describe themselves as black or their color. They wouldn't know. An animal wouldn't know. Like, I don't know if I'm this color because every other animal is this color. That's just pure stupidity. In linguistics, we study the evolution of early hominids. You had Australopithecus that had some forms of language. You had Neanderthal that was drawing in caves. Differences of other drawings. Neanderthal man, yes, drawing in caves. So you mean to tell me a Homo sapien, and a Homo sapien that built mathematics, large pyramids, that is a wonder even to our technological advancement today, is still a wonder to us in 2022. People who built riverine systems for the whole country, people who did technology, built levers, removed large stone, cut large rock from one area of the desert into that area, right? Dentistry, dental, weaponry, warfare, organizations, food growing, agriculture, astrology, learning about different positions of the stars to help their farming, did not look at themselves and say, yo, I am black. It's ridiculous. Yo, that goes against linguistics, and it goes against, and it's trying to say that we are stupid. See, in linguistics, we learn early hominids. We learned that we were beginning to speak very early in human time, in a human chronology of time. That's what distinguished us from other animals. That's what made us the level we made, is only due to language. We had a language and they didn't. We can communicate. We can take down the largest beast with our language of communication. So, you know, when people got to watch out, when you're saying things like this, it make us look even more barbaric in the eyes of other scholarship. You're arguing that we didn't have the ability to distinguish ourselves, man. When we are the highest variation of human population in the world. You have light-skinned brothers, dark-skinned brothers, brown-skinned brothers, black brothers so black they look blue, brothers so light they look white, and they are black. And all of us say that we are black. They had that same view back then. Not no racist view. I'm not talking about the racist view. We're talking about inscription. Now let's look at this inscription. We're about to see another ancient Egyptian describing himself black. This is Nakawu Isi again. We know how Nakawu Isi color looks. We see his color. There is no debate of Nakawu Isi's color. Some may argue, I'm saying it's reddish brown because it has a reddish tint to it. So that's why I'm saying it's reddish brown. Let me put this bigger. Peer review data right here. Yeah, this peer review. It literally says peer review on when y'all go to that source. So we know what we're dealing with. TLA is one of the best sources. I have a peer review on the TLA, people. I ain't sharing yet, but I have a peer review on the TLA. Man, do y'all know they have 78 Nobel Prize winning scholars that work for the TLA? Y'all know that shit?
I didn't know.
Isn't that crazy, man? This TLA was birthed out of a scholarship so noble and sublime that they had 78 Nobel Prize. I'm going to share it one day. I'm going to do that peer review in the future. But this is one of the best peer reviews. I mean, one of the best databases of all time. We're looking at one of the best. So Here, they translate the Kawisi as the dark-skinned. Would I translate it as the dark-skinned? No. But am I disagreeing? No. It can mean dark-skinned because black is an epithet. Kim is just like AAVE speakers. You have a guy called Black Ty in your neighborhood or Ty Black. That is not a title. That's not a job title. That is an epithet that is describing the characteristics of himself in a name. See, so we do that. We even do that in Americas. We do that in Jamaica. We do that. All Africans does this type of stuff. So as you see, Nakao Isi is considered the dark skinned. We looked at his complexion. I have other representations of Nakao Isi in that same tomb, Mastaba of Nakao Isi, that's painted reddish dark brown. Because we can't look at the color now. We can't, because the color has been distorted and we don't know how lighter it got. So, but falls right now, they are so-called reddish brownish and have got that reddish hue to the darkness or reddish brown. Okay, let's follow that. And we're going to say that Nakao Isi is considered reddish brown. Let's just go with what they say. The Nakao Isi is reddish brown, but Nakao Isi is considered dark-skinned, a black person. A dark-skinned person. See that? So there you go, man. I'm about to hit back, man.
All right. You probably seen the Himba people who cover themselves with the red ochre.
Yeah, I've seen all type of people color themselves with red ochre, but that's not my point. My point is that he's red brown.
It's just something.
You see the tomb that he's red brown. Red brown is complexion. All of his family members. I'm not trying to get into what I think in my opinion. I only can go through what I see.
Yes, I understand.
We see reddish brown, right? And Nakao Isi is reddish brown. He is called a Kim. And that's it. What else can we say? I have whereas though Set Kemet, which is Isis, has the head determinative, and that calls her a black woman in Set Kemet. I have that inscription. I can share that too. Hold on, real quick. I'll share that real quick too. So matter of fact, I don't feel like going through it, but
all right. Sam Carol notice it says Shemes. I don't know what they put all of it in capital. The first in capital, according to the MDC, that would be the sh, but the second one,
that only means elder. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a S sound at the end, not the sh sound at the end. So, but I don't know why they put all three letters in capital.
Yeah, it might have been a mistake. I don't focus on none of that. I could just look to the inscription myself and see what they said. But at the same time, you can't go. I told people these are transliterations. They do not represent sound. They don't represent sound. So these are, everyone has their own transliteration. The German school has a different transliteration than the American school of transliteration. The American school have a different translation probably than the French school of it's different schools of transliteration. You just have to figure out, probably contact them and ask them what type of transliteration are they using. So we have to be mindful of transliteration with Egyptian. Oh, let me share this. Kemet. You remember they were saying that Kemet can't be in the feminine. They make up stuff as they go. Here go a text right here. Oh, this is a text. I told people be careful with the TLA because they don't put everything inside of the digital corpus. Some of these texts are not inside of the corpus. So y'all just can't go on the English translations of TLA. I don't do that. I go to the actual text because I can read Egyptian. So it was stated that Kemet cannot mean black feminine by itself. Remember that was stated? We killed that right here. You see that? KMT, this mean what? Dai Swartz, the black. See that? They said it can't mean feminine. There is no, with the femininity, it can't mean black. Kim only can mean black with Kim, not the feminine T. Here you go, feminine T, and these are other colors. You see this, you see Ujad, Hajj, Hajet, Wujet. These are the colors of white, white and green or whatever. And you see Kemet, white, green, etc. This is Kemet. Now they say a head determinative can be put in back of an adjective modifier to indicate someone's skin complexion. We already know that Isis is a Nahisi, and she is called black. Nahisis are called black. Egyptians are called black. Africans are called black. What does mean? Kim equals black African. That's what that means. According to them, Kim is never put in the back of an Asiatic. The Asiatics in inscriptions, I have the inscription, they were described as being white people. In the text, I have it. I have the text. Kemet, no Asian ever was described as being a Kim. The only people that are being described as Kim are Nubians, Africans, and Egyptians. Other people who is described are described as whites. That's it.
But then they're gonna tell Willie Lynch Shuja is gonna tell us, let the Egyptians be the Egyptians, let them be what they are, let them be.
Yeah, they are black Africans. That's what they are.
Yeah, but they have a problem with the term black, meaning the color. The title is quite black. Being the title, they're happy with that. All right, but thanks a lot, Sen. I'm about to try to end this, because.
All right, hold up, bro. Watch this. Here you go again. You remember they said it's no head determinative? You remember that?
Yeah.
They say it's no head. Watch this, bro. Watch this. Look at this. Watch this. You see that? We all
Was that the set cam?
Huh?
You've changed there was a different one. Yeah, you've changed the page. There was a different
no, I have it here. You see Set Kemet? This is the head determinative. See that?
Oh,
that means black woman.
I don't think we're watching the same thing. I mean, here.
You see it? Set Kemet. Swartz.
Try to go up. Try to go up.
Go up.
The page.
All right. Which you want me to go up for?
Oh yes, there it is. Set Kemet. Yes.
Yes, Set Kemet. You see, Set Kemet means the black woman. Swartz Friel. It has the head determinative.
There it is. Game over. Yeah. Game over.
This type of adjective modifier is in back of Pepe, Unk, Nakawu, Isi. Numerous people. Isis is called a Kim because she's a Negro. That's why she's called the Kim. Isis is a Negro in Egyptian text. She is a Nahisi. Asar is a Nahisi. Hebrew is a Nahisi. All of those deities are called black.
He was saying you'll never find any of the names, any of those determinatives that is dealing with the color. You are guessing.
We had the determinative here. Yeah. You said right.
Oh, yeah.
This is a head determinative, and it's others. Hold up. Let's go to another inscription. Is it another one? Look, it's another one. It's more. Wow. Look, also the black woman, Swartz Friedel, German. Set Kemet, head determinative. That means black woman. So I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I said, these guys say something, then you check it, and then you say something, they get mad at you.
Yeah, you hating. You guys hating. You guys hating.
Yo, I had dudes tell me, shut up. If I say, look, you're inaccurate. Yo, shut up. They get, black Americans are very, not all of them, but the ones I encounter, man, on this YouTube world is crazy. They want to just make up what they want to make up, and they don't want you to interrupt them. And Dr. Ricchetti said, I am a Setepin Kemet, protector of Kemet, and I do my job. Dr. Ricchetti told me, man, you protect the community. That's what I taught you for. Dr. Ricchetti taught me for free. I was a street warrior, and she said, look, I'm going to teach you. You have heart. I want you to go out there and help people. That's what I'm doing. That's what you're doing. So we see lies.
He said he's about to enter the PhD program in Egyptology, but I'm like, it's not a bad thing. But if he goes on the way he does, one of his teachers going to say, well, that paper, he's going to start writing, PDFs and pamphlets and books, criticizing his own teachers, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not gonna end well if he continues that way. You know.
If he
I
go,
mean,
I can't wait till he goes to the PhD. I want him to go to a program. I've been telling him to do that because this was going to happen. Once they find out, right, that he is teaching pseudo linguistics, they're going to do him like they did. Who's that professor? They just ostracized from the community and deemed pseudo linguist. They could do him like they did the guy he uses Campbell Dunn. Campbell Dunn has a PhD, and all of his colleagues say they will blast. You think we're blasting him? We being nice. Wait till you find if he continues, if he get into the PhD, I'm so happy he is because you think you exposing, I'm exposing, and Smash and all the rest of the community is starting to expose. Wait till you see what they do, though. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I want him to go into the PhD program in Egyptology so they can listen and see his work. They're going to put him out that academy.
Oh man. But anyway,
And I'm out.
Thanks a lot, brother. Thanks, Sandy. All right. James Powell wrote, "Keep doing what you were made for, Ned." And James Powell wrote, "Keep doing what you were made for, Ned."
Oh, exactly, man. I support my Warriors, Apple Style, Brother Smash. I support them to the end, and that's it. I don't care about none of the other stuff. We have to protect our community. Yo, we will never get nowhere. Like Brother Apple Style said, man, you setting us back 50 years. We could be talking about going to all of us forming teams, going to get in schooling, and we could be on another level right now.
Yeah.
We 50 years back. All right, brother. Peace and blessings, man. I'm gonna try to get that cash app to you later on.
I appreciate that, brother.
Send your cash app in my email. I can send it through that.
Well, it's $ Ma'at forever.
Oh, just $ Maya. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write it down now. All right.
Maybe a numeral wrote, Ned brings the smoke and the fire. It was a quick game over. That TLA that they like to,
they
deal
like
with.
to use the TLA and don't even know how to use the TLA.
Oh man. All right. Well, we have 20 people online. I'm gonna try to finish with those quotes there. So where was I? I forgot which was the last quote. Oh yeah, it was saying, it was he quoted Dr. John Henry Clark. The last quote was, "The whole black thing is a temporary thing anyway. Move on to more important things." And let's listen to what he's going to say after that. Keep the comments going. I will read them after.
Get to know the Egyptians for who and what they are. Get to know anybody that you're studying for who and what they are. Stop trying to make everybody into us just to feel good.
When he says, "Get to know the Egyptians for who and what they are," I mean, weren't the ancient Egyptians black? And then he's going to list some people that are erroneously labeled black by certain individuals. Listen up.
Let King James go. Let King James be King James. Let Jesus go. Stop trying to make Jesus black. Stop trying to make the Olmecs black. Stop trying to make Buddha black. Stop trying to make all these people black. I said King James already. Everybody, let's stop doing that.
Let's stop doing that. Let's stop saying that the ancient Egyptians were black, because it contradicts the claim on our book. Oh, yeah. Now, but it's gonna quote. I mean, it's as if soon he's gonna say, like, stop saying they were black, You guys are racist. You know, I don't know. Since you guys are racist, maybe that's the next thing that's going to come up. But he's going to quote Dr. Clark again. You know, as it, listen,
to say who we are. And again, Dr. John Henry Clark said, black does not tell you who you are. It does not tell anybody who you are. So if you don't believe me and you revere Dr. John Henry Clark, listen to him. It's many other people that say the same thing, but that's a person that people name drop. So I'm gonna use him. All right. Dr. John Henry Clark said, cut out the foolishness. And I'm saying the same thing. Stop it.
stop it, stop it, stop it. We have a book for sale. We have a book for sale. So he's frustrated because people don't follow blindly anymore. Now we're going to move to the latest vid of the historian. What does he call it? What did he call himself? Anthropological linguist. Okay, so what's the time, Sam? Okay, let's go. Let's share it. Um, okay, well, you know each other, so you know. So I don't know. I didn't know if it was trolling. If it was trolling. So let's check this out.
Because there's others, especially on the pseudo killers and Smash Rockwell, and especially Neb and who don't even know what the argument is or what is the tools of analysis or how to answer the question. And they're constantly making shows every day, every week. And you can include Shaka and Dugu Kemet, who's another slow bus person in this community who just don't get stuff because he doesn't read, right? And
because he doesn't read. When I brought up to him that he said Allah is in the Egyptian text, he said, read my text, cite my text, read. I don't read science fiction. I don't read science fiction. Your books are science fictions for the most part. Whenever he says that people don't read, he means they don't read his book. He's too proud to beg. I was going to say a lot of things.
But the conscious community is kind of like the hub of emotionals. And that's why I've grouped all of these individuals in a singing group called the He-motionals. And Brother Reggie is the lead singer. So it should be.
Let the butler know. Not long ago, he was defending the plagiarizer. He went from talking about plagiarism to he's borrowing stuff. But despite the butt kissing, he's still getting blasted. So, brothers and sisters, remember, kissing butts doesn't work all the time. Funny thing is that I talked about emotional damage not long ago. It doesn't seem that inspired because you see, that thing is going to do to play some YouTube music video. Smash did it, you know, but some people lack inspiration, but it's all good. It's all fun.
We call Brother Reggie in the Emotionals, you know, featuring Smash Rockwell, Brother Unk, Netta Neb, Reggie, Shaka and Dugu Kimmett, and Brother Asar Mka on the drums. You know, so that constitutes the group of the Emotionals at the moment. And so, you know, because they're always crying as someone's critiquing and says something about their arguments, always emotional with it. And so, you know, their lead song, you know, they've been out for a minute, and you know, their lead song is this is their lead song.
I'm putting the volume down. I don't want to get any, you know, copyright notice, you know. So and now it looks like he's in the groove, he's in the mood, but at the end, you know, like I showed yesterday, he was a bit teary-eyed, you know.
That's what you're gonna hear. Every single time you and the Emotionals get together to cry about a position and stuff like this, that's the song that should just come to your head. For Brother Reggie and the Emotionals. And in this instance, it is Brother Smash Rockwell who's singing the lead on that particular song. So Reggie's in the background for this one. But
you mentioned the butler again, you know. Dang. Sad. When the kiss butts and you still get blasted. Now, I've shared already the University of Amen. That's his own team member. Where's the where is the solidarity? Now, I know the butler ain't gonna let the fake historian, fake linguist do him like that. I hope the butler doesn't have any secret over the. I hope the fake linguist doesn't have any secret over the butler, like some sort of initiation or pledge or something. The butler had a lot of energy to use profanity towards me. We'll see if he keep the same energy. Now let's continue.
I believe, right? And yes, I was going to play that one next. You know, the Emotionals by Carl Thomas. So that's going to be the one who was singing that lead is going to be Brother Asar Mka, aka Brother Adrian Jones.
You have seen the comment from Batishon, who is being a good cheerleader groupie as always. As for Sahim or fake saying the government name of Osaimka, that's a whack move to me. Brother Osaimka is not hiding himself, but if people don't put their government name out to the public, there's no need for a third party to do so, particularly in this instance. But of course, he's upset. The book sales must be low.
Chi before positively on certain arguments. It's just when it comes to this argument in regards to the here we go. On the meaning of Kemet, he's just wrong, along with a lot of scholars.
So we know the fake historian slash fake linguist is usually saying that, you know, PhDs are wrong. So now there's another PhD to the list, which is Dr. Kaposhishi. You know, so on the meaning of Kemet, he's just wrong. Of course, he's wrong because like everybody else, like most scholars in the world, most PhDs or Egyptologists in the world, and you know, Kemet is translated as black. You know, the root for the term Kemet. You know, so but anyway, that's just for the record. You know, nobody's gonna say, "Well, no, I didn't say that." No, you make that up. Now, whenever he says that Dr. Capochichi is just wrong, along with a lot of scholars, let me translate for everybody. In Asar and Willie Lynch Uja's mind, there are only two people on the planet Earth who are correct. Damn near everyone else is wrong. It's that simple. Now,
Mboli has already confronted him on several occasions, and that and about Jean-Claude Mboli, not knowing that Mboli has already confronted him on several occasions, and we have that dialogue and engagement, and where Sandro Capocicci could not hold his own in that conversation.
we have some exclusive. I mean, Saw is just kissing and Mboli. That's just weird. So Mboli confronted Dr. Capocicci on several occasions, and they had the dialogue and engagement where Sandro Capocicci could not hold his own in that conversation. The doctor in linguistics could not hold his own versus uh, Mboli. If we didn't have the conversation of Sahim Fake with Dr. Obadele Combo, there's a possibility that Simon Fake would have been running around saying, you know, I talked with Dr. Campbell. He couldn't hold his own. But, you know, we heard him.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
As soon as he said that's not a good order of operation, well, I don't see it. He was triggered. The the mere fact that the PhD in linguistics was saying that this is not the right order of operation, his Lord and Savior Mbali criticized. Well, I don't see any reconstruction of Yoruba and Akan Yuwa. So take it with a grain of salt when the same dude who said that he's a historian and he hasn't shown us any diploma or degree or certificate that gives him the credential or title of historian, take it with a grain of salt when he claims that Mboli confronted Kapushishi on several occasions and that Kapushishi could not hold his own. You know, I wouldn't trust a habitual liar. I mean, that's me. You know, then you do what you want, brothers and sisters.
But because he has a PhD in linguistics,
People think that is the same, and that qualifies someone to speak intelligently about historical linguistics. He's not a historical linguist.
Is Osahimo Fake a historical linguist?
He's a linguist, and he deals with modern morphology and syntax of Benin languages. That's what his PhD was in, not historic. He didn't reconstruct anything.
Did Osahim or Fake reconstruct anything? Now, you heard him talking about that's what his PhD thesis is for. He did the same thing about Dr. Obadele Campbell. No matter what, he will always find something to say. Now, check this out, brothers and sisters. You're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. He did the same thing with Dr. Obadele Campbell, the same talking point. Damn, I already had the page up, so I have it twice. So is it the one there, or is it the one there? It's the other one, so I'm gonna share it now.
And and Cambone has this habit, just in other experiences, of trying to sun people who don't have PhDs or masters or whatnot in linguistics, right? And from a recent conversation, he tried to do the same thing with Jean-Claude Mboli, at a conference that happened, I want to believe, in Ghana, but it was somewhere in West Africa that they both attended. And Cambone was trying to make arguments against Jean-Claude Mboli's work. And one of the things that he did, which he always does, is it says that, you don't have degrees in linguistics.
You know what's funny? Is he's making an allegation regarding Dr. Obadele Campbell. But Asahimo Fake stated that same thing regarding Dr. Theophilo Benga. Let's listen to the video. Let's listen up.
You have a degree in linguistics.
If you can, we can migrate.
I have a degree
slowly.
in computer science, and we deal with linguistics.
Do you have a degree in linguistics?
What did I just say?
So you don't have a degree in linguistics. You don't have a degree in linguistics. So for years,
Christopher Aaron don't have a degree in linguistics too.
Christopher Aaron don't have one. Joseph Greenberg.
I'm not talking
Joseph
about
Greenberg.
Theophilo Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics.
You heard that? You can go back. I'll share the link in the chat. Theophilo Benga does not have a degree in linguistics. No, hold on. That's what I'm sharing here. Now, 4 days after he stated live on the air that Theophilo Benga does not have a degree in linguistics, well, I happen to share this link right there. San Francisco State University. Dr. Theophilo Benga. Oh, I didn't share the link in the chat. There it is. Born in Brazzaville, Congo, Central Africa, Theophilo Benga has studied a wide variety of subjects and has obtained a wide range of degrees. His degrees include MA in philosophy, MED, MA in history, advanced studies in history, linguistics, and Egyptology, University of Geneva, Switzerland. In prehistory, Institut de Paléontologie Humaine, Paris, and in linguistics, philology, and Egyptology, University of Paris, Sorbonne, and Collège de France. That's why on that video where he's making allegations regarding Dr. Obadiah Campbell, he has put the same credentials there. He went from he doesn't have a degree in linguistics to you will hear what he will say after. But there's one funny thing though. Ujau, Willie Lynch Wuja and his crew on their own website, that's what they have. That's what they have on their own website. See the page, that's Scholars. When you go to resources, you have Scholars. All right. And when you scroll down, Dr. Theophilo Benga. So in the link, I'm sharing that link. I'm sharing in the chat, I'm sharing that link. Now, what does he say when we scroll down? The same thing. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. On that page, you have the date. So the Theophilo Benga entry is dated November 2nd, 2018. So since 2018, on the website of Willie Lynch Wuja, you have the same stuff. His degrees include, and then you have advanced studies in history, linguistics, and then also, and in linguistics, philology, and Egyptology. Now, when Samuel Feck stated live on the air that Theophilo Benga doesn't have any degree in linguistics, Willie Lynch Wuja was quiet. He didn't say, well, actually, he does, you know. And it shows that Osahimo Fake does not read the text. He does not read the website. It's on there, it's on the website. But they don't read. Maybe he doesn't care about Willie Lynch Wuja's website. So let's listen now, let's continue. So far, Sahimo Fake is being disingenuous, not to say dishonest. All right. Sahimo Fake started saying that Kambon has this habit trying to sound people who don't have PhDs or masters or whatnot in linguistics. And from a recent conversation, he tried to do the same thing with Jean-Claude Mboli at a conference. And one of the things he did, which he always does, is he says, well, you don't have degrees in linguistics. So first, Assar claims that Dr. Campbell has a habit of trying to belittle people who don't have PhDs or masters in linguistics. But then when he paraphrases Dr. Campbell, he uses the word degrees. You see? However, PhDs and masters are not the only degrees that someone can obtain in linguistics. He's being very disingenuous. Let's continue. Let me share the screen. It's going to be the end soon. Oh, I got a wrong video here.
Right? But I find that funny when the main person who you recommended and tried to sun and shame against doctors Osei and Issa and Faraji, he doesn't have a master's or a PhD in linguistics.
So he starts by talking about not having a degree in linguistics. Now he's saying Theophilo Benga does not have a master's or PhD in linguistics. But live on air, Smash was platform, he said that Theophilo Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics. Now he realizes that there are some degrees in linguistics. I mean, this guy is so disingenuous, man. Now he's being specific with the actual title now. Master's or PhD.
And so, I get into this conversation a lot, and it just, because people try to use that against me. Oh, you don't have degrees in linguistics. What qualifies you to make linguistic arguments? If having degrees on the master's level and the PhD level is the requirement in this community to make linguistic arguments, then there's a lot of folks that people are using who don't have these masters and PhDs in linguistics. And so when we're talking about Theophilo Benga is very well educated, a very knowledgeable brother in multiple disciplines. But he has a master's in philosophy, he has another master's in education, and he has a master's in history. His PhD is in history, in humanities. He has postdoctorate certificates in studies in linguistics, in Egyptology, and the like, in philosophy and the like. His degrees aren't in linguistics.
So at least Dr. Obenga can claim to be a historian if his PhD is in history. Then Asahi Morphe goes on to state that Obenga has postdoctorate certificates and studies in linguistics, and that his degrees are not in linguistics. Now, in assuming that Dr. Obenga doesn't have degrees but merely certificates, mind you, we're dealing with Asar who doesn't have a TOEIC paper in linguistics. What's for sure is that Dr. Obenga had formal training in linguistics.
If having a master's and a PhD is the requirement for making linguistic arguments, then we would have to totally dismiss Dr. Theophilo Obenga, because he does not have those degrees. He has certificates, he has training, he has postdoc education, postmaster's education in it, meaning he took courses. It's the same thing in which Mboli did.
So Asai is somehow trying to put himself at the same level as Dr. Obenga in terms of credentials in the area of linguistics. I will not say in the field of linguistics because Asar is not in the field, but Dr. Obenga is considered by fellow linguists who are his peers. On the other hand, Asar is on tape claiming to be a historian, and just like in the field of linguistics, he doesn't have a toilet paper in history either. Then he's trying to. Oh, hold on. What did he say about Mboli?
Training. He does not have totally dismissed that for making linguistic certificates. He has training. He has postdoc education, postmaster's education in it. I mean, he took courses. It's the same thing in which Mboli did.
I would like him to show and prove that Mboli did the same type of course as Dr. Obenga. I just don't believe a habitual liar. Somehow, Asar is trying to put Mboli at the same level as Dr. Obenga in terms of credentials in the area of linguistics and Egyptology.
Mboli is taking courses, not only in linguistics, in Egyptology.
I'm sure that if Mboli knew that what Asar was saying using his name, he would ask Asar to be quiet, and I'm being polite right now.
And continued in self-study. That's what Obenga did. The same thing with Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop has a BA in philosophy. He has 2 masters in chemistry. And his PhD is either in history or social anthropology. He studied linguistics. Matter of fact, is Lilius Holmberger is one of his first teachers in linguistics. Senghor was one of his classmates, I believe, in linguistics as well. But he doesn't have degrees. He doesn't have no masters or a PhD in linguistics. So we got to throw Diop away too.
Now, Asar is making parallels between Mboli and Diop. I mean, Mboli is his new god. That's. But Dr. Diop published his magnum opus in 1954, where he made linguistic comparison between the Medu Neter and the Wolof. But how was the field of linguistics back in the mid-50s? Besides trying to compare Dr. Diop with Mboli regarding the specific field of linguistics, when those two published their first book nearly 60 years apart, over half a century. Besides, just like Obenga, Diop was recognized by his peers as everyone know, with the UNESCO Symposium of 1974 and the UNESCO's General History of Africa series.
Because he knows that Obenga doesn't have a master's or a PhD in linguistics or Egyptology, but he has training in linguistics. And that's the key thing here.
And that's the key thing here. So let Asar show us what training he had in linguistics. Besides, he claimed he had formal training. No name dropping. What course did he complete? I'm not talking about emails, no phone conversations. Then let Asar tell us what training he had in history because he claimed to be a historian. But let's see how he's going to try to diminish what a PhD is. I mean, this is just weird, I'm telling you.
So this is the title of his master's degree dissertation, and is add knowledge to a. Our good brother, Dr. Cambone, is unlike the rest of everyone else, but his master's and his PhD are in linguistics. But it's a specific kind And what people don't understand is that a PhD is a research degree. It's a terminal research degree. It is there to demonstrate and to provide an opportunity for someone to add knowledge to a particular field, right? And the concentration and the subject in which they talk is very narrow and is very specific. It is not a be all end all about the field itself. It is a very narrow subject for which you get your degree in. And
A PhD is just a research degree. Very, very narrow. Very, very narrow.
And so this is the title of his master's degree dissertation, and it's the recurrent sound correspondences of Akan and Yoruba and their significance for Proto-Benue Kwa, East Volta Congo Consonant 1 reconstruction. So in this master's thesis, he is comparing the Akan and Yoruba basic vocabulary terms, but only doing the first consonant of the languages. And so while he's doing some comparative work, it is not an extensive, there's not a third language added to the analysis. He includes some Proto-Bantu, and then he includes some reconstructions of Proto-Wakanic Bantu done by another linguist, right? But this would not qualify in terms of knowledge of reconstructing, African languages and the like in defense. Like this is kind of very basic work which he did in this this master's thesis, especially only dealing with one consonant and the like. And so
this is kind of very basic work which he did in this master's thesis. Very basic work. Now, the fake historian and fake linguist is trying to diminish the master's thesis of Dr. Campbell. But I bet that Dr. Campbell didn't say that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language. And remember, this comes from someone who doesn't have a toilet paper thesis in linguistics.
But unlike the rest of the folks, again, he has a master's in linguistics, so he has that on a lot of us. And then when you get to the PhD, his PhD is titled Serial Verb Nominalization in Akan. In other words, the doubling of the verbs to make them nouns. This is a typological analysis. This is not historical comparative linguistics. He's not reconstructing the language family. He's not.
Is Asahi Mofek reconstructing any language family?
Not establishing the relationship between two or more, languages. It was already by the time, he did his master's thesis, there was no argument whether Akan and Yoruba were related. So it's not like he established a relationship between Yoruba and Akan. That was already assumed and demonstrated in other ways in other texts. And in this one, this is just about serial verb nominalization in the Akan language. So although he has the PhD in linguistics, it's not in historical comparative linguistics. So even him having a degree in linguistics, he can't really fully use it to try to sun on folks for not having a degree, because his degree is very narrow in terms of the subject of his dissertation, which all PhDs is a very narrow subject. And so he's a specialist in verb nominalization in Akan, not in reconstructing African languages.
So you heard the dude trying to diminish the master's thesis, and now he's trying to diminish the PhD. He's not reconstructing any language family. So he's a specialist in verb normalization in Akan, not in reconstructing African languages. Notice that addressing Dr. Kaposhishi, Osar said he didn't reconstruct anything. So while Osar was surely not there claiming he reconstructed anything, he might claim that he is reconstructing something to be published soon under Alice in Wonderland Publishing. Let's continue.
And so, we got to be careful, even when they have the degrees in the subject. What is their degrees in? Like, I believe Kwame Osei has again a background in linguistics, but it may not be historical comparative linguistics.
So after diminishing Dr. Campbell's PhD, now he bigs up his team member, Osei, whose credentials are obscure. It's labeled as a background in linguistics. I don't have the right timestamp here, and I wanted you to hear when he made some other false accusation towards Dr. Campbell.
He could just be teaching, foreign language or literature.
Oh yeah, I know. It's part 2.
This is on the God, excuse me.
Oh no, it's okay. I want you to hear that.
Now we're going to part 2 of our critique. And so there's parts of the text, there's a whole section of the text of the editorial book critique made by Professor Obadele Cambone, where he questions the training of Doctors Faraji and Dr. Issa, and talking about like they don't have any like linguistic training and stuff like this, and he's going to their websites and reading off their biographies, which is strange because they put their biographies and their histories in the origin of the word Amen book, and never do they claim, not once, that they are linguists. It is in fact the exact opposite. They put their biographies in the text to show you what their contributions are to the text.
Now, Sarim Ofek is lying. He's being disingenuous and trying to be slick as usual by mentioning Dr. Faraji and Dr. Issa only. But we're going to have a look on page 20 of Dr. Campbell's PDF. I just want to share the link. No, PDF there. Oh, let's see how that. Okay. Looks like a download link. Copy the address of the link. So the Cambone and put PDF. It's better. I might confuse it with the fake historian / linguist. Samka wrote, "Wow, he made the PhD master sound mystical, magical. I bet Dr. Obenf or Obenga, I guess, doesn't see it that way." I don't know Obenfo. I think it's a typo, but you can correct me if it's not. So I'm going to share PDF. See, editorial critique, the origin of the word. Oh, oh no, no, no. How do you do the full screen? Wait, I don't want people to see all the stuff I'm reading. Damn, where's that full screen? Oh, there it is. Okay, now I'm gonna share. That's better. So, cannot search now, can I? It's page 20 of the PDF, but this is an excerpt from the journal, so it starts around page 70, so it must be around page 90 something. But what I will do, it's going to be easier. I'm going to unshare and get out of there and look for the page, put the page myself. Well, actually, I was on page 18, I wasn't far. So now I can share again. So, point 4, author's affiliation and authority. According to the first author, Agia Okwame Osei, he states in the foreword, that's in the foreword of the book, "I schooled in Ghana and obtained degrees in English and postgraduate studies in linguistics from both Cape Coast University and the University of Ghana." All right. Then Dr. Campbell wrote, "This begs the question of what degree did he receive and from which university did he complete his postgraduate studies? If so, what was the exact nature of his postgraduate degree, and again, from which university?" As with most of the book, this information leaves more questions than answers. So, Simon Moffat acting like, he only dealt with Faraji and Isa. That was a bad try from Asahi Moffat, but now I'm going to show you the website of the book. It's going to be funny. It's going to be real funny. It's loading. Is it loading? Is it even sharing? Let's see. So, origin of the word amen.com/author. I'm going to share this in the chat. So you have the menu at the top, home, meet the authors. So Professor Okwame Osei is a revered Ghanaian author, educator, linguist. You see how disingenuous Osahimo Ofek is? On the website of the book, he is introduced as a linguist. And then sounds like, oh, they never claimed that they were linguists. Any opportunity, any chance that he gets to try to portray Dr. Campbell as disingenuous, I don't like that. Now,
on the screen, you'll see, this is the brother. So if you want to know how to say his name, Sandro Capocici. And here's a little bit about him, currently on the Harvard website. Again, brilliant brother, a little sensitive, and I can get into why of that later. But
brilliant brother, a little sensitive. Even when he appears to make a compliment, he throws shade, or as some say, he's sneak dissing.
But just a good brother. But he's just wrong on a lot of things. And
so he's a good brother, but he's just wrong on a lot of things. First, Dr. Capocici was wrong on the meaning of Kemet. Now he's wrong on a lot of things.
And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Historical linguistics is not. Person. So he on a video not too long ago was up there, a SAR going around saying he's a linguist. And then when you
dealt with that. Okay. I'm gonna end. But there's one stuff that you haven't seen, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna share one more feed. I'm gonna share the link in the chat. So I'll let the ad play. Share the link in the chat.
Budge did not do a E. Wallace Budge did not do a linguistic analysis. There's very few books.
So he's not. I'm saying, what did you?
It's not sharing. I don't know if there was a sound, but let's go.
E. Wallace Budge did not do a linguistic analysis. There's very few books.
So he's not a. I'm saying, what did you? Are you a linguist? Are you really a linguist?
Yeah, because I do linguistics.
Where did you graduate from linguistic land? You disqualifying all real linguists. You disqualifying Dr. Ricchetti. You disqualifying Clyde Winters, E.A. Wallace Budge. I'm just saying. Who cool? And then you ain't even really a linguist.
Jonathan, let's do something real quick, and I'm going to refute what you're saying. I'm going to show you something, because you don't read linguistics, you don't study linguistics. You make
that's not true.
Sweeping statements.
You know that's not
true. Listen to me. You make sweeping statements.
You know that's not true.
You think that you're making
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifa Muyiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian an anthropological linguist, an artist, poet, photographer, music producer, soon to be filmmaker, and a host of other things I like to dabble in seriously. As you said, I am Asar Imhotep. I am first and foremost, I'm a computer software programmer and linguist and historian of ancient Egyptian and Bantu studies. And I'm happy to be here on your show and to share some of my research with your audience.
Then my mic was muted. I don't even know how long my mic was muted, but I'm really tired. I'm working tomorrow morning. I've been live streaming for 4 hours 52, but at some point people have to stop, man. I mean, the dude said he's a historian, man, and he's talking about character and integrity. He's talking about character and integrity. Maybe that's where Garfield got his inspiration from. And is the community going to call him up on that? Is Willie Lynch Uja going to let that slide? You still can hear me now? Oh. Let me listen up. I was muted, but then I've unmuted myself, so yeah, I can hear myself now. I can hear myself now, but I was muted for a while indeed. I think there's a delay with the time I speak, and so. But thanks for telling me. So is Willie Lynch Wuja gonna be like, oh no, he's not there, so I'm not gonna say anything. I don't have any input. He said he's a historian, then I guess he's a historian. He's gonna explain that himself. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. Hotep.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is That was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the meta nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the meta nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.